to go, right? Yep, here we are. All right, everybody, welcome back to We Play Games. I'm Walker, and here we are with what is gonna be, this is the second half of this playthrough. We're finishing it today. If it ends up being a 6-hour stream, I apologize. But we are not gonna be doing like 10,000 rants today. I think what I want to do rather is to actually like finish up our conversation from part one, like a broad conversation about what I am perceiving the problems of the Forex genre to be, and then we'll go back to like what the rest of the stream was supposed to be yesterday, or rather Tuesday, where we were supposed to be teaching you how to learn fundamentals and heuristics and apply those to a 4X game rather than just like go off at everybody. But I think that there is a really important final party who I think is contributing, perhaps in a benign sense, but is absolutely contributing through their behaviors to what I perceive as the problems in the 4X space, and that is finance, of course. So I'm pretty sure that this is, wait a second, I'm pretty sure that this is a little too loud. Sorry, Arnaud. But basically, what it comes down to, finance, in my perceived opinion, in terms of their behaviors, seems to think that they can do something unnuanced with data, where they can just kind of like boil all of reality down to something that they can plug into a spreadsheet, understand the data and the feedback that they're getting from their players perfectly, and then just kind of like move forward from there. But like, if you understand logic at all, you will understand that that has colossal problems. So I'll try to remember to post all these things. I can't remember to do any of this stuff ahead of time, so it's fun diegetic learning for me to remember these things. But we'll put a link to this. Survivorship bias is one of these objects that if you're not like aware of it when you're looking at your data, if you're not being respectful towards this when you're looking at your data, you'll end up with like actively incorrect information in terms of what you should be doing, right? If you are if you're fighting World War II and you want your planes to stop getting shot down, do you look at the parts of the planes where there are holes and you reinforce those areas so that way, they can get shot more? Or do you reinforce the parts where the plane was lost in total when it was out on a mission? Turns out it's a lot more effective to reinforce there. And that's where like survivorship bias problems, I think, are like a huge issue. And I don't know if that is even necessarily something that designers and developers are not aware of, but it definitely feels like something that finance people are not aware of, because finance people generally do not think in a Bayesian sense. They do not think probabilistically. They do not think in terms of risk. They do not think in terms of, well, I'm like 90% sure that my priors, which is like what Bayesian thought is based off of. This is another thing, you should just like read this. You don't have to behave this way, but you really should understand this way, because it'll make your life like a lot more useful to other people and a lot less this. But basically they convince themselves that like they look at the active player count of this and say, all right, well, let's ask those 4,000 people why they're still playing Civilization 7, and then we can just like optimize the crap out of their experience, and then everybody else will come back. That is obviously logically self-defeating in ridiculous ways, but it has other problems where like these 84,000 people, maybe they only have 10 hours in the game, and then they don't have the language necessary to like really critique the game, and then that turns into like an issue where the data that you are collecting is effectively a Necronomicon on one hand, and like a stone with glyphs on it that you recovered from a tome but does not mean anything in any recognizable language in the other hand. And then you have to like put those two things together and create an idea of what you think player behavior and outcomes are going to be like. Basically, what all this boils down to is that reality and the 4X genre are both incredibly complicated, nuanced things. They are the probabilistic nightmare. Like, if you understand the way an economy works in Age of Wonders 4, where you like get stuff from fighting things, and then the intersection between like your strengths in combat and the map, like what sort of things you're going to be fighting, what sort of resources you're going to be getting from it, the sort of things that you're going to have to put into combat in order to keeping those fights up. Predicting what your economy is going to look like in Age of Wonders 4 is like absolutely a waste of your time because of what the map tells to you. And that's true in most 4Xs too. It really is. Like, there are huge deltas between starts. But one of the things that I like about Humankind generally, oh, I should turn it off in here. Sorry. And then we can drop the display capture back down to the bottom. And then we can actually play. And look at that, I removed some games that I'm probably not going to be playing in the near to immediate future, so that way the display capture to the bottom process is a little faster. Oh, God damn it, Walker, you were supposed to do that while we were on the loading thing. Oh, I guess there's one more note that I kind of want to like talk about in regards to like balanced decisions and exploitative behavior. Don't waste your time there. Like, I really sincerely hope that the lesson of the 21st century that humans walk away with is that, like, if you attempt to systemize something to the point where, like, exploitative behaviors become impossible, then you're just engaging in self-delusion. Like, there are always going to be people who are going to attempt to exploit systems, and it is correct to attempt to, like, smooth out the experience there and to attempt to prevent that exploitative behavior from, occurring. But, like, sometimes it's not a question of, like, should we adopt tools that hurt people in order to prevent other people from hurting us, and that's kind of what that system does. So, like, I linked in one of the posts on my brand new individual Reddit screen here on We Play Games, where you can see me just like posting nonsense. Yo, what's up, Four-Way? So I'm just like talking very briefly about, like, even Google does not want people to exploit YouTube for their own incomes, and they don't want them to like know exactly what's going on under the hood, and so they do the like work of trying to constantly change things. But there was a really great video from Isoro Productions where he's like basically just talking about how Google's behavior in regards to attempting to prevent exploitative behavior is destroying the livelihoods of some content creators. And I'm lucky enough that my wife works in biotech, so like I should make more money on this channel. I am going to attempt to do so because she has demanded that I buy more groceries for her. I think that is a reasonable line in the sand for her to draw in regards to my management of my time. But like, if anyone wants to exploit Google and YouTube and all their stupid rules, it's not that hard. Like, just encourage instead of using like the community interaction element of your videos, which I always forget to do because it's not important to me. I figure if people want to watch my content, they'll show up. But like, if you're a content creator who is trying to game Google, then just like encourage your people, rather than liking and subscribing and doing comments and other dinglybop widget things in YouTube, tell them to add a bookmark to your channel. And tell them to have a bespoke YouTube channel that only subscribes to your channel and only watches your channel, and that will create like a very powerful direct connection between the creator and that account and that person in ways that I sincerely doubt Google can ever stop anyone from doing. Yeah, hey, what's up, Gabriel? So like that is it for today. Please feel free to derail me still, but like, the goal of the rest of this is to attempt to bring back the non-Newtonian fluid insanity of our last stream and create something that I hope is useful to people from a learning pedagogical standpoint. And one of the things that I liked doing was just like watching over the video from last time, because it like anytime I watch stuff, you recognize mistakes. That's good to look for. One of the funniest things that we did, I blame all of you for being here. You are all complicit in this. One of the funniest things that we did is like we whipped out a bunch of granaries and then just like immediately moved all of the farmers off. Don't do that. If you build infrastructure in a 4X, as a good baseline heuristic, if you're building infrastructure in a 4X and you want to know what it does, then like give it what it is asking for, and it'll tell you what it does a little better. Because like now we're gonna get an absolute crap ton of pops in the city because of the granary. But if we didn't do that, like we wouldn't. And so like if then we said, oh, granaries suck because we built one and we didn't get any pops, that's bad data. That is bad data. All right, but we have to start interacting with the AI. So right now, we're just infinity behind in terms of fame. Infinity behind. I suspect that there's a non-zero chance that we're going to get steamrolled by the AI in the late game, because we're going to start picking some like random nonsense guys. But I think overall, so infrastructure is good. It's not that you should not be building it. It's just, if you are building infrastructure, give it the things that it is telling you to give it. If you build an infrastructure and then like do not interact with it in a favorable way, then you're not gonna know what it actually does, right? Like if we just built a granary and then didn't use it, like all we would learn there is that I'm an idiot. Like that does not teach anyone how to play anything, Walker. That just teaches people to think. I think a thing that you've already mentioned enough times that it's useless, but pay attention to what you're doing. Pay better attention to what you're doing than what I do, because I am streaming at the same time, and unsurprisingly, you play way worse when you're doing that. Alright, so here we are interacting with Babylonians. Right now, as I said, we're infinity behind on fame, but we are going to have some tools to catch back up on that, because one of the cool things that Bruno has done here in VIP is he's actually made it so that wait a second, did I forget to load VIP? Oh god. No, I just am not reading because my see-through text chat window is in the way. But one of the things that Bruno has done is he's made it so that wonders now have stackable fame bonuses. I think that is incredibly important, honestly. I think that there are not enough like non-annihilating sources of fame in Humankind. We'll still talk critically about like design space of Humankind, things that I think should be improved or could be improved, and I think that one of the things that like definitely holds the game back is that there aren't competitive sources of fame like quests like in Endless Space 2. I think that would be really cool. I think that Bruno's fix here on wonders is a really good idea, and apparently I'm missing a wonder pack because one of my real life friends watched the stream and was like, you're missing blah blah blah, so now I have to investigate that and figure out how to email Amplitude again. But basically what it boils down to is I don't want to have to eat all of these AI in order to attempt to win. We may probably end up doing so because that is generally pretty good in a 4X, but I think that a 4X is a lot more accessible and a lot more fun to both casual players who just like, you know, want to be able to explore and not necessarily devour, but also just fun for me. Like I like being able to know what the other buttons do other than just like kill stuff, but I am used to just killing stuff, so if that's what we do, then don't be surprised. Like occasionally in my last playthrough we did Space Race, and we'll probably still end up aiming for that because I don't really feel like I want to chew through all of the AI. I'd rather finish this in one stream, and if I can remember to do so, I'd like to finish in like 3.5 hours or less. That would be a masterpiece of impossibility, Walker. You're still on the same turn. I guess we'll counter. If you want to give us gold, cool. If not, whatever. So like, if you think about interacting with the AI and like diplomacy with them as being always exploitative, that can also be a problem, because the fact of the matter is that like offering a non-aggression pact does come with a real cost, especially if it's someone you're like trying to eat, right? Like if the Sumerians here offered us a deal, I don't know, I might take it, but the fact of the matter is that this city looks enormous, and so if we can get enough food together to just get a couple of units on the board to go over there and fight them, that would probably be pretty good for us, honestly. Are we really gonna be like one science short here? We're gonna be one science short here. Well, that's the way the game goes sometimes. But I think what we can do probably, I'm not going to trade with the Sumerians, but I think we're going to see if these guys out here on the east will trade with us. Even if we're planning on eventually eating them, I still think it's probably useful to attempt to get them to interact with our economy. Because another thing that like kind of breaks the spreadsheet problem in regards to 4Xs, like just accept that risk exists, you'll play way better, and if you accept that risk exists, you will create a game that is a lot more familiar and accepting to like new player makes a mistake that is something that they could like reduce risk on. If you assume zero risk in a 4X game because you're balancing around those players, then you are insane. But I think this is probably fine. So one of the reasons that the other reason that I like just like watching the old Let's Play is to just see like ridiculous things. I was so worried about being attacked here, but the fact of the matter is this is under a non-aggression spell, which we can also do, the demilitarization thing. I guess we probably should do that, honestly. But I just don't know. I don't know where I think I want it. I guess here? Yeah, let's go there. Maybe we'll get something out of it. I'm not sure. I'm not actually positive how to use this, and so this is going to be an ability that we're going to have to like experiment with, just to see like what sort of value is actually useful to us. But here, I think we're probably going to be going with hydrology and a standing army. That seems like probably how we're gonna fight these guys. This is not a question of like I don't know what I'm colorblind. I just don't know what this color is because I know primary colors and secondary colors, and that's all. I don't need any other language. That's what I have Eileen for. All right, I guess. Yeah. Let's get hydrology. One of the things that does make me kind of crazy here, Amplitude, I don't know how to fix this, but like queuing technology on this screen doesn't make any sense to me. I want to hold down shift and click on standing army to pick that as the second tech after hydrology, but instead I have to go in here and do that. Otherwise it like flips the techs around. I don't know if that's something that people care that much about like internally, but I think a good UI is something that is pretty usable. And that one's confusing. Oh my god. All right, well, these guys are gonna have some beefy units out here, but that's okay. We'll get some units that can actually do some damage. Yeah, we'll get some units that can do some damage. Probably need copper, so maybe we go actually up there to see if we can grab that out from underneath. Yeah, this looks like a really good tile, honestly. And we're gonna have plenty of influence. And this is another thing that was funny, is that we had access to minus 40% create outpost cost, and we did it on the same turn that we founded this outpost. So just like always look for opportunities to improve your next game. It's I think a lot more fun than doing it the other way around, where you just like save scum to try to make a game perfect. So normally I'm a big fan of like getting conscripts if I need the extra production, but I think we might be able to just raw build these guys. I have 45 though, and this is only a 55 city. Our production is so low. Maybe we'll end up being forced to whip this out in a couple of turns. That might be the case. But we do have paper mills, and these are like, oh god damn it, we have paper mills. Why are you building Maker's Quarter, Walker? All right, whatever. We'll just finish that, and then we'll build our emblematic district, which we should have been building. Yeah. Let's go there. Maybe we can just push that to the top. Probably is better. How much is this? 6 industry, absolutely better. And then I guess we can just do that. That looks all right. And we'll probably end up whipping a little more here, but like eventually we're going to want to get to the point where we are not doing that anymore, because that is going to like, right now we don't have like a gazillion of extra slots that we need. So one of the complicated things in terms of assessing food is that every extra pop in Humankind, because Humankind has an upkeep cost on pops living in things, and the unit consumption cost for units, balancing this is really complicated, because you really do not want like infinity food in vanilla, but you need enough that you can have a standing army and that you can do like the right economic choices with your pops, right? Like we'd rather have all 5 of these worker slots filled. And so every time we click whip, we're delaying our ability to do that, which means that we're going to have like lower overall industry turn after turn. So the win con 4-way, basically the win con, the only real win con is if you're on a very small map or like, you know, one continent or whatever, you just kill everybody. And then as far as I can tell, the other win condition that seems to be balanced like the most in vanilla, or rather it seems to be strongest in vanilla, is space race. I think, as far as I can tell, that is more of a problem, not of space race being too good, but the other ones being too slow. Because the way that, like, what the real win con of Humankind is 4-way is it is a timing attack on the global clock. So the way that the game works is you need to have the most fame at the end of the game. But because of the tension between like snowballing and generating more fame, there isn't like a fixed turn really at which the game ends, not if you're like trying to win. It is like you reach a specific victory condition and then the end game fires and whoever has the most fame at that point wins. But it's a really complicated procedure because like you have to have the most fame at that end point, right? And so sacrificing your points early in order to get more growth puts you kind of like ahead the same way it does in an engine builder, but it also puts you like behind the same way that it does in an engine builder. So then what you have to do if you're you know playing is that you pay attention to what's going on. You get to like the mid-late game or whatever. There's a bunch of random fame on a bunch of things in here. There's fame in in here. There's fame in here. I hope that they add like narrative devices that will allow us to compete for fame between each other like along the way if they get to HK2, because I think that would be really good, like just both fun, and I think that was like one of the stronger elements of Endless Space 2, honestly, was ways for people to compete with each other without being forced to annihilate one another. But like that really is like the victory condition, is you want to get enough tempo where you can like sacrifice some long-term victory points in exchange for resources that you then use to end the game before the fact that you sacrificed victory points to get to that end game. And that's complicated. I guess that's all right. Click and turn, Walker. Jesus Christ. This, you said this is gonna be a 3.5 hour stream. We're gonna try to end this game, and now it's turn 25 and hour 30 or whatever. But I think one of the other things I just like generically really like about Humankind in terms of its design, it's not that I like about Humankind and its design, it's what I don't like about the 4X genre and its design. Thank you for writing this down, Walker. It's the tutorializing in most 4Xs, I think, is just like fundamentally backwards. What they do is they overwhelm you with like nonsense about the UI and things that should be inherently obvious to the player, and instead what they should do is like sort of like just very carefully underwhelm you with information about the fundamental of the game. Like if it gives you just enough information to teach you how to think about the game's systems without spelling them out to you exactly, and like essentially like drawing you in, like sucking you into the probabilistic nightmare is, I think, what they should be doing. And so like there's a fun little thing that I hope I get to share with you called Apocalypse of the Trees that 1 hour for each turn passed. Walker clicks end turn, speedrun any percent. Oh my god, he got it below 5.5 minutes. No, AI! Oh my god, I'm calling my mom. This is off. Alright, fine. If you want to fight Axiomites, oh shit, they're already in era 2. Like, this is why I want to play on VIP. I feel a lot more threatened on VIP than I do on vanilla, in ways that as a deeply crazy person I love a lot. But the other thing is, you don't have to play on high difficulties, right? I'm not. The point here is that I am thrilled if the AI is cheating on max difficulty. That's totally fine. That is, in fact, I think, expected behavior. If you have to add a bunch of widgets so that way, like, the highest difficulty can do stuff, I'm totally down for that. But if you have to add widgets so that the normal difficulty can do stuff, then your AI is lying to players and tricking them into making decisions that are hurting their gameplay. And that's a problem for accessibility, because it creates, like, a negative feedback pattern where, like, players will complain that the game is too hard because they look at what the AI is doing and attempt to do what the AI is doing, but because the AI is cheating and just getting widgets like dumped on it for like in rewards for playing dumb, because it's ignoring the actions of the game and the rules of the game and just like vibing. You'll get more feedback that like the AI is too hard by making the AI easier and adding more widgets, because you're just tricking people into doing bad stuff. Like, this is not hard to understand logically. You just have to want to understand it logically. And I think that's something where I don't think that anyone is uniquely responsible for that problem in 4X game design, but I'll say that as an ideological perspective, from an ideological position, I must assume that the finance people are a meaningful part of that problem in the 4X game development space, because they sure act like it. All right, let's stop ranting and build some stuff. That's what people are here for, right? Building stuff. I don't know who's read the Master of Orion 2 like book, but I was when I was back home hanging out with my parents' dog. I'm probably gonna have to take another trip up north at some point, because apparently my parents want to go on vacation again. But like, their dog is 15 and he has like mini strokes and stuff, and so they really cannot leave him with like someone who is not a member of the family. And my time is available, so like I'll probably use that for screed writing time. But I want to write more screeds for you guys, because I think they're fun. I think that they are ridiculous, and that's what I love about them. So one thing, oh, here's another thing that Bruno has done in regards to rebalancing in VIP. So it used to be that, like, city defense, basically you only really need to build this in multiplayer. Apparently we have a multiplayer group potentially lined up for next Saturday, so 8 days from now. I fully expect that we will die horribly in that multiplayer group, because it seems like they have been playing for a long time and know what they are doing, and I probably feel like I meet neither of those criteria, to be honest, but I feel like dying in multiplayer is a great learning experience. So for people who like to watch that kind of content, there will be some coming in the very, very near future. But another thing that this kind of like talks about is city defense. In single player, you mostly do not need city defense. Like, you mostly just need units to defend cities. I don't know if that's true in multiplayer or not, but I think it's okay for Bruno to balance some of the numbers in VIP in regards to single player, because that is where the vast majority of the player base is going to be for, like, effectively every 4X that ever exists in the entire goddamn universe. Because I love multiplayer, but let's be real here, guys. Like, those games take a long time. People do not have time for that nonsense. That I don't know what the actual number of people who would regularly play multiplayer is, because an absurd number of developers sort of just like ship out non-functioning multiplayer code and then nobody plays it, and then they go, oh yeah, no one wants to play multiplayer because our netcode sucks, and everyone gets frustrated trying to play on it, and then they try to like come up with a narrative conclusion of what that means for their behaviors, whatever. People do ridiculous nonsense things all the time. Don't assume that just because someone has a financial reason to like be logical that they're going to be logical. That is not logical behavior, I promise. But whatever I was ranting about, that's probably the end of that thought. Oh, god damn it. I forgot about this. All right, well, humanitarian aid, sure, yeah, let's do this. Let's do some humanitarian aid. The Nubians are the guys we're trying to trade and be friends with anyway. Oh, and we have a buttload of gold, so let's do some money stuff. I like doing money stuff. Sweet. All right, let's get a bunch of production here. Do we have papyrus? Yeah, we do already have papyrus, so we don't have to go for that. That's another thing that Bruno has rebalanced are the manufactories. We'll see how they function when we get to them later on. But I think that, broadly speaking, the fact that manufactories are once per like globe is a problem. And so balancing them, I think the VIP does that correctly too. Like there's just a lot of things that, honest to God, the vanilla experience is interesting. But I think the VIP mod just does better in terms of like real outcomes. Alright, so we have standing army, so we can't actually build warriors. We could have built some warriors earlier, but now we can just build some because we did have cash for the upgrade, but I don't know. I kinda wanted to just build some of these guys off of conscripts. They'll be expensive this way, but that's okay. We got probably enough production that I'm not too worried about it. Don't know if we need this. Oh, this is another cute little thing. Like, they're just 10,000 things that are honestly different in VIP, but I would say mostly better. The ransacking power of a unit does actually increase their ability to chop down trees. And so, like, here, I think it's kind of tricky for me to say how long I think chopping should take, because in VIP there's also modifiers to increase the amount of production that you get out of it. And so if I was like just paying better attention at the beginning of the game, we could have disbanded a bunch of our early scouts, used them to whip out a lumber thing here, chop these guys down, and then had like better total pacing on industry. I assume that that's probably better, and that's probably what I should have done. But like everything else in a 4X, it's weird, it's complicated, there's strange stuff going on all of the time. There's random stuff going on all of the time. Just do your best to vibe. You'll learn a lot more that way than if you try to convince yourself that you can determine the exact true nature of the thing. rather than seeking perfect truth. Get value in the search itself. All right, well, without copper, I guess we are gonna just go north, grab this iron, and then fight. Let's see. So they've already got a meaningful chunk of dudes out here. They got 2 Shodalai. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, maybe we have to seriously consider whether or not we have to start building real units very soon, because that's an army over there. That is an army that might be coming for us over there. 16. Do we want to build a palisade for stability? It'll get us back up over 90. And my memory in this game, although this is another problem that we'll actually revisit one other issue in regards to Humankind whenever it comes up, which is just like longer explanation of the tactical layer problem and solutions for it. Because there are solutions for it if you do not have time or the ability to like program a good-ish enough AI for the purposes of an auto resolve. You do need a pretty good, like a functional auto AI. You need a functional tactical AI for an auto resolve to work. But for an instant resolution, for an algorithmic one, as long as you provide enough player feedback that we can observe what's happening and tell you if there are bugs or not, because I'll test it. Like, that's obviously true. I am more than happy to test auto resolve or instant resolve things just to see what's going on under the hood if you tell me what's going on under the hood. So if we line up this fight with these guys, then we'll probably talk through a little bit of UI cleanup there that I think could make the game just a lot more accessible to most people. We have plenty of influence, so we could even potentially make another city once we get philosophy. Then we'll be at 4, and then probably we'll go here. Is Chang'an doing the right thing with these pops? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Let's switch this to the top. Definitely get that. I think. Do we have a reason? I guess we don't have copper, so no, we have no reason to build a barracks. It would be ridiculously inefficient. We could potentially use Chang'an to make archers, or make an archer, and then we'll grab a next pop off of this, and then we can potentially buy rush that out with 1 gold next turn. I don't want to dump like all of our units onto the board at the same time because of the way that upkeep costs work on food now. It's still good to attempt to do timing attacks as much as possible. All right, here we go. We're getting an instant resolution that we're going to be able to fight. But the way that I think this should fight, the way this should work is if this were a 2-step process in regards to clicking on instant resolution. So this is tactical layer problem part 2, I guess. This is the instant resolution solution. So for the instant resolution solution, what you do is you click on this, and then instead of it like actually rolling the instant resolution already, what it'll do, it would open up like a confirm page. We would still have retreat, manual battle, but we'd have confirm here. But by opening up the instant resolution, we would also see on these units, we could mouse over it and it would tell us sort of like why the unit has taken this much damage. It would probably want to highlight somewhere like if the unit stats, you see one of the other big accessibility problems for Humankind is their logic for pinning things open does not seem to exist here, which means that I can't mouse down to combat strength. But see that 13 down there? If that 13 were glowing like green, or because of the number were higher than normal for the purposes of the instant resolve, because it happened to be you're defending, you're above the opponent. Both of those are things that you can show very cleanly in that sort of page, just like in Crusader Kings 3 with the way that they show like combat advantage. If you just show that to people, then we can tell you if the logic is like complete or not, or if there are things that are annoying or not. I would bet you anything probably that there is a random element to it as well, and I know that some developers are afraid of like 5% of people complaining loudly about that sort of thing, but I promise you that is 5% of people complaining loudly about that thing. I expect there to be a little bit of randomness in real combat, to be entirely honest, and that I think is something that the average player will also feel good about, because they'll be able to like take fights where they think that like there's no way that they can win, but because they got like a good combat roll or whatever, that they get the fist pump event, right? They get the thing where like, yes, I managed to win that fight, and I didn't have to like waste 3 hours in a giant manual tactical that I didn't want to have to do, but now I find myself needing to do if I want to continue the save file. So like, I don't know, man, like make the games accessible to more people. That's really what it boils down to. Like, the way that they're doing, if that's what they're doing, which is that is like why I am so worked up about this, is that a lot of these developers seem to think that that is what they are doing, but I'm almost certain that what the behaviors that they are taking are destroying that as an outcome. They are actively harmful in that pursuit. All right, I don't think we have the ability to get enough food to really want to take 10,000 pops out of the city. We built a fishing and a greenery here, and you're still only at 7% growth. All right, fine. I guess we'll build a flood irrigation. That will speed things up, and it only takes 1 turn. And then I think we probably have to start making units. I don't know what they're doing over here, but whatever it is they are doing is stressing me out for sure. No. God damn it. Stupid Greeks taking my stuff. All right, whatever. I guess we'll use this to continue to farm influence out there. But it looks like we will be able to found another city next turn. Yes. Wait, if we do this, we'll go down to 27. So we would be 3 influence short if we built a harbor here. I don't know if I want to be 3 influence short. That seems pretty bad. Why don't we buy rush that? That's 2 influence short? 1 influence short? Don't do this. Don't do this. Humankind, give me 1 more influence. I'll do anything for you. I swear to God. Is there anything? No. I don't think we have an option. I think it has to be harbor or city. There's another tile here. I think we go for I think we go for the city here. Before he says it looks like this might influence your decision to build the harbor. Indeed. I love influence, honestly. This is another like balancing design decision where like I don't know what competitive people think, but I kind of supremely do not care what they think in regards to influence. I think that everyone should get an absolute crap ton more influence on all of the builds for everything, so that way everyone can do insane nonsense with influence, like attaching an outpost, chopping all of the forest down, and then detaching it. Like, just weird things like that, because I think, kind of no matter how you balance it, I think you need to have deforestation kind of feel like an inevitable outcome for the player to want to go towards, like, mechanically, and then just sort of like the way that Endless Space 2 does it, like, make people then reflect on the consequences of their actions. Because I think that's one of the reasons why I like Amplitude Studio games, is that like they've been brave so far in terms of telling narratives that are challenging, and I think that that's the right way to approach Humankind. If you're gonna make a historical 4X, you're engaging with challenging content. That is just true. There's a lot of power here, but there's a lot of danger here too. All right, yeah, let's just end this.
Debate and discussion are not the...
Did we fall trap to our own stupid thing that I ranted about yesterday? Yes. I ranted indefinitely about how you do not need to excessively spreadsheeted. Now it looks like we don't even need a harbor. And that's why spreadsheeting can be dumb. There it is. A lesson for you all in 2 minutes. Don't worry about your assumption of perfect data. Even if it's a good UI, like, you're going to make mistakes as an observer. Also, the person making the UI might make mistakes. Just assume that reality is imperfect. And you'll behave better as a human, I think. Alright, Chang'an. I mean, we could build another archer down here, but that really feels like we're just burning up all of our growth. So why don't we build another maker's quarter? Maybe we should have used this archer to chop here, honestly. It's not too late. We can do that. I don't know how long an archer is going to take. So this is one of the things where I think Bruno has made the math on chopping probably like safer from a game balance perspective, but definitely like weirder from an interactive perspective, because now you have like more factors in terms of how long it takes you to do stuff. There's like the factor of the ransack ability. There's the factor of how many units are in the group. It definitely calculates combat strength. Wait, are you attacking me? Yeah, you are attacking me. You're rude. I would just wanted to walk past you. Don't be like this. Purple, pink, whatever color that is. Magenta? I don't know. I don't know what color that is. That is a color. That is red adjacent with something light in it, pretty obviously. I guess you could probably just disband here into Maru Papu for whipping purposes, maybe. Because we could make another farmer's quarter. Maker's quarter is 5. 7 on artificial reservoirs. No, let's go ahead and build an army, actually. And then we'll come back to build more food stuff. So here, we will do with conscripts, because we did not build these guys as warriors. If you build them as warriors, you don't need conscripts, pretty definitely. But we didn't do that, so we're gonna have to raw build some swordsmen. Yeah, we're just gonna build 3 here. I think that's probably fine. They won't nuke this city into non-functioning, and we should be able to build the pops back pretty quickly without a bunch of our food going towards the upkeep of our workers, because the workers will be mobilized and on the field to go fight people. This will be a little easier, but we are gonna need, I think we're gonna need like pretty meaningful overwhelming advantages to get through this. So we're gonna want to make sure we have a siege weapon. Where are our siege tactics? That's way too far away. So you do 8 turns to get to siege tactics if we go this way. I mean, 8 turns is later than I want to attack, but I feel like if we can get 12 units together and can support them on the board without destroying our food upkeep, then that's actually good. Buys us a little bit of time to do that. Yeah, let's aim for that. Let's see if we can support 12 units. I'm not sure if we can. We will find out if that was a big mistake or not to start sniffing around, but I think it's probably a good place to start. And because we do have a crap ton of gold, we can potentially try maybe even to upgrade some of these scouts. I guess we're gonna need to trade with somebody far away to get strategics, because right now we don't have copper. So let's see if they'll trade everything. Sweet. All right. You don't have copper? Why did I trade with you? Shenong. Is this Shenong still? This is our megalopolis, one city to control them all. This is another one of these like traits that I don't know, man. Like, I don't think you should have traits that hurt the player to look at if there's no way for that to be useful. In VIP, because of the value you get from the city cap generating extra influence for you, I think it's like not as apocalyptically bad to stay on 1 or 2 cities, but it's very, very challenging on humankind, to be honest. Alright, so sailing is good. We are indeed seeing just a crap ton of stupid heavy cav. Oh my god. Alright, so chariots, we have 22. Apparently this is going to be an absolute like problem for us, because chariots, so one of the other things I did is I went back and rewatched the like vanilla improvement project stream with Bruno, and he told, I forgot that he told me that like cavalry have an auto resolve bonus, but there's not really a way for, or rather there is a way for polearms to have a bonus back, but it does not exist in the code of Humankind. The way you would want to do that probably would be to like do a percentaged bonus to combat strength for like the amount of combat strength of your army being polearm versus the amount of combat strength of the enemy army being cav. So that way you can just do like, all right, you get 50% of the normal combat strength bonus. All right, Pink, you're rude, and I am gonna tell my mom about this. I can't believe you killed my guy, my guy over there. But you can't kill this guy over here, so we'll just keep exploring. Hey, quit zoning me out. I need this envoy to scout with, Pink. Don't be rude. Wow, these guys are just trampling stuff out here. They're actually attacking. They're attacking our friend by our food, whatever. It's the same. They're attacking that light blue dude over there and pillaging down one of their administrative centers. This is something where I don't know what the exact math is, but I have heard that there are some weird bugs in regards to, it's still 4 turns for that chop. Yeah, it's still 4 turns for that chop. I think we have enough time to potentially build up an army that we can waste that archer down there for a little bit. What was I talking about? Chat, what was I talking about? Yeah, I'm not buying copper from the Sumerians. That's not on the table. If we are trying to get copper from the Sumerians, it's this way. Actually, I guess on that note, we'll just position the scout over here to go try to do something with this. Whenever we declare war, we'll send you over there, and I'll remember to use the crisis system. I guess I should probably start doing that now to get war support. Let's start doing that now. Oh, right, we have stuff. I don't really want to spend any leverage on that. Should we try to spend leverage on any of this? Oh, all right, so I don't know if Bruno has rebalanced monumental contractors or not, but apparently in vanilla this is an insanely broken thing, and so we're having some discussions behind the scenes of like what sort of things we want to ban for our multiplayer game, and it sounds like this is very likely going to be one of them, because it is ridiculous. I guess I'm okay with this. Territories under the other empire's cultural influence, but I don't think we have any of those, right? This is, oh god, Walker, you're supposed to click the thing. Just pretend like this has been clicked the entire time. I don't know why this thing turns off after each game, but I wish that was something that I could like fix as being open, because it would make my life easier. Oh, for real? We have to declare? Oh, the math on it, Gabe, is just outrageous. So, like, if you build, like, a wonder for anybody else, you just get, like, thousands of influence at the very beginning of the game. Like, literal thousands. Enough to be able to build, like, 2 cities immediately and do some attaching and do some civics and stuff. It is way too much influence in regards to what you put in. So if you're gonna play around with the Together We Rule, do not interact with that button. It is apparently mathematically insanely broken. I do not know personally, but that is what these multiplayer people told me, and I see no reason to doubt them. All right, I guess we're declaring, like, come at me. We will see how bad of an idea that is, but we will attempt to fight them on the field, and then we will hopefully not die. I guess we could buy out some of these guys. We could potentially buy out the Palisades. Do we need the Palisades right now? It's 100 production. Maybe not. Maybe we just switch this to the back for now. And then we can buy out if somebody moves in. Yeah. let's go here. This seems like a way to divide the risk. Let's do that. And then if we need to just dump a bunch of gold into buying out a bunch of units here in Kawuka, we can at least buy rush like 2 or 3 extra guys. Yeah, that looks all right. Let's get fortifications though, for sure. And so if we can get 20 defense militia, that feels a lot safer to me. All right, light blue. Do not attack my capital this turn. Don't be a dick. Yes, go fight. Yes. Oh, perfect. So this is like a Ludo narrative that I want in a Humankind 2 if there's a way to get it. I want there to be diplomatic interactions with like minor civilizations where we can like use the minor civs to create competitions and like actual warfare between big empires where like the victory condition isn't necessarily annihilating the opponent, but like demonstrating whichever power is strong enough to make this thing friendly with you. Because that's just like again, that's another way to create like a competition between 2 economies that is non-annihilistic or non-annihilating. And I think that that's where Humankind should be, because that if it's attempting to like interact with board games in a way that's interesting, which I think it is, then that's a really strong and powerful lesson to learn from board game design. And I think they're really close. I do think they are really close. It's just a question of getting there. All right, is this going to be enough food? I mean, it's enough food for us to put some units on the board, and then enough to hopefully not starve to death while the rest of the units come out. Spears. Guys. Wait, there it is. Scientific correspondence? Alright, sure. Yeah, we'll be friends with Orions for now. Eventually, we will be forced to betray all of these people and eat them. If we want to get fame, it is what we will have to do. Give me copper or give me death. It's not an ore walker. Well, I suppose actually it is an ore. If you don't get copper, you probably are dead. Let's see if anybody's over here. It's like, no. Alright, if nobody's over here. 10 turns to ransack with 1 scout. I don't think we're gonna do that, but I guess we could poach. Because this isn't attached to anything. If we conquer this city, we can still kind of demand this in a peace treaty. Especially because we like actually interacted with the war system this time, despite now being insanely behind on war support. I think it's really just going to come down to whoever gets annihilated in combat, and I'm hoping that is not us here. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. We got some units coming together. They will have some units coming together too. We will be able to get into professionals. I guess we'll buy a palisade. Probably want like another couple of units. I also don't know how like ranged units interact with auto resolve or instant resolve in Humankind, because like again we have to do guesswork a lot in regards to instant resolutions here because there's not a lot of feedback, but it feels like there is an identification in the game as to whether or not an object is like a frontline unit or a backline unit and then distributes damage towards the frontline units. That seems to be the way that it works. I guess we'll steal some horses, whatever. Oh. Alright, yeah, sure, we'll take trade expeditions. And I guess I won't buy rush these swords until maybe next turn, so that way they're just not eating food, standing around doing stuff. That seems probably correct. Yeah. All right. Where? Oh my God! Are they still committing troops to fighting Hagmatana? They are, and they're down to 1 pop in their capital. So like this is the one shining hope here. It kind of feels like we're behind right now. It does. But the fact of the matter is that the Dante patch was I think probably a good idea in terms of concept, but probably not in terms of execution, because it seems like the AI doesn't really understand that all of the units that it makes are like devouring all of its food, and then they just get annihilated. And that's not good, because if all of their growth is going towards maintaining units that they don't need, that's like kind of worse than not even making units at all. Because if they just build 1,000 units and then everything that they could be making in terms of growth gets destroyed, then they've sort of like failed the guns butter problem check, which is a problem, and I don't know how to resolve that without just saying just give everybody more food. Like, if you want to make units cost upkeep, and because you've already put the work in, like, just keep it going, then just like increase the base numbers on farmers, or like increase the base number here in terms of exploitations, or increase like the amount of food that you get from these sorts of things. Because I actually don't think that it is incorrect for military units to use food. There's already like kind of a big guns butter calculation in terms of like your economy in Humankind, because of the way that it works here, where each unit costs population. Like we'll see here, Kawuka, buy this out, and then because it uses it when it starts the train. But here, if we buy this out, we'll go down to 7 pops, and that's just like, I think, good game design, honestly, because it's clever. It communicates really cleanly, like, hey, your military like obviously is going to demand food in order to operate on the board against the state's enemies. Make sure that they get the food they need or you will die. I think that's good communication. But if you're going to do that, then that is a destructive economic pattern. So if you're going to do that, you need to also make constructive economic patterns for players to follow. Otherwise, like, all of their economy is just going to operate in service of the army and doing literally nothing else. And that's where the AI is, and that's where some players are going to end up as a consequence. I guess this is okay. Do we want to just run this citizen ahead? No. Nah, not yet. Let's get a couple more units, and then we'll push in on Unug. I don't know if their army really is just like getting bogged down in Hagmatana, or if they just whipped out like 12 units and we're about to die on turn 36 again. If that happens, we will start another stream like immediately. We will run another VIP run. I don't think that's gonna happen, but anytime you see this, you gotta ask yourself what those pops are going towards, and it might be a giant army that's better than ours coming out from under the fog. Should we flip the professionals this turn? No, we should do that next turn. Yeah, we should do that right now. Okay, so these guys are going to be retreating, but these guys are not. So they can come in to start laying siege over here. That's 6, that's 9. It's 11 and 12. I mean, that's a lot of units. I feel like this is probably okay. There's 4 here, so we might be able to use those citizens to start the fight. I want to position ourselves inside a friendly terrain. In Humankind, one of the things I actually like really love about the game is that you can just like raw spend gold in order to activate a healing object on your dude. It's like, it makes you feel like a wizard, where you can just like activate heal, your units can now fight again and again and again and again. But I'm okay with that wizardry. That doesn't bother me that much. This looks okay. All right, auto resolve. Do we get obliterated? I don't know. We got obliterated. All right, so I assume that this is a consequence of the fact that this is a heavy cav. I guess we'll retreat if we do not want to immediately lose our entire empire. We will not take that fight. Oh, it looks like it drew in reinforcements. That's what happened. Uh-oh. All right, so yes, there is an army out there. All right, let's see what we can do about that. If there's an army, if there's a secondary army that we can potentially peel off, then maybe we can still win that fight. Guess it'll just depend on where we can get an engagement. Chang'an is fine. I think we probably... Looks like we're going to be at our military cap, like, very, very soon if we're not careful. Because we're starting to dip into cash. And it looks like we're running out of production. This is actually, how much food? 5 food. So we can make a couple of more units here. Yeah, we can make a couple of more units here. I think that's fine. Marupapu. You look okay. 6 food. I don't know. 6 food. This Chang'an could run more food production, I guess. Right? 7 for 3 turns. 4, 4, 3. I think this is fine. I think we'll just grab some more food here, so that way, like, the one thing that is nice about the Dante math is that it kind of like looks at like your total food production, and so if you have like a really big city that you need to keep growing so that way your capital can keep doing good stuff, and like you do not have time to build a bunch of food there, you can build it in a different part of your empire and food will be rediverted like effectively from like off of the good city that you want to grow, and the upkeep for the military will then shift onto something else. So we're going to try to do that here. We're going to use Chang'an to just like effectively do food shipments to Kawuka and Marupapu, so that way hopefully those cities can put enough military onto the board that we can fight Onug still. Oh god damn it, Walker, no wonder we got demolished there. We didn't even have professional soldiers on. All right, well, let's get these guys out and then we'll get professional soldiers on and then we'll look at the numbers again, and also that'll give us a chance, I guess, to upgrade a scout potentially. I think we had a scout somewhere, didn't we? I thought we had a scout somewhere. It would be good to have a cav just to help get that auto resolve, this like disgusting auto resolve bonus. All right, what's going on out here? Why are you? Consult the current construction for more details. Why are you paused? Is it because of, oh, it's because of this combat down here. Alright, well, they caught the archer again with their stupid guy, but I think we can fix that actually by just buying out a sword here. Oh, it's because it's under the battlefield. That's why we can't do it. I understand the frustrations with simultaneous turns in Amplitude games sometimes. I do. Like, some of the times it feels like it's pretty fair, and some of the times it just feels like the AI is moving while you are still reading stuff. And I don't know how to resolve that, because I think that, broadly speaking, I kind of like the fact that Amplitude games are, like, fast, he says now on turn 35. How far in are we actually? How long has the stream been going on? It's 4 o'clock. All right, so we've only been for an hour. Yeah, that's not too bad. We made 10 turns in an hour. That means there's a chance that we will end up needing a 3rd stream for this. But if we do, I'm just gonna do it tomorrow because Eileen's gonna sleep in until like some amount of time. Eileen is gonna sleep in until some late amount of time because she works like an insane schedule. She gets home from work at like 12:15 at night. So that means that she's a sleepy girl on Saturday. So if we need day 3 to do this, I'm not too worried. But we're gonna try to go until infinity here. All right, are these guys isolated yet? I can't tell if they're isolated yet. I guess that's where a scout would actually be really useful. God, it would be really useful. My kingdom for a horse, like, honestly here, I guess we could buy out that sword, but cash is gonna start getting to be a problem, so I'd rather preserve that. This isn't starving to death yet, and that's not delaying a loss on swords. This is the one thing about Bruno's math in regards to the starvation that I think is like kind of hostile in regards to interacting with new players. There's like an optimal amount of starvation to try to create inside of your society, right? Here we're not really losing any extra growth by moving a dude over to industry rather than being in food. It's like the same amount of growth is being sustained here, which means that like if you're gonna be starving, you want to starve like just the right amount, and that's, I guess, like a realistic Ludo narrative in terms of history, especially as you go further and further back into the ancient era. But I don't know how many people identify with that pattern of behavior. I think it's correct to try to get the player to roleplay a little more as like a human observing and interacting with all of human history rather than just the modern lens of human history. But you also want to make sure that the game is recognizable. And like I do not mind the question of how much starvation is the right amount of starvation is a question that I am willing to engage with from a moral standpoint in regards to humankind's game design, but I don't think it's reasonable to expect other people to behave that way. I think that is a Walker special. I guess we could try running it back to see if reinforcements arrive this time. If we switch into, because we've got most of the units on the board, so we could potentially switch here into professionals. Yeah, just the right amount. Just like you can optimize the suffering of your people. That's what these streams are. I'm optimizing your suffering, because we're gonna do. I'm gonna spoil it here for you, Four-Way. We're gonna do like a really unhinged thing in terms of like doing something to try to help Winsley out. I don't know if you saw. Eat it, yo! All right, maybe we can get this guy after all. Yeah, they're afraid of our professional soldiers. Ho 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 ho! On the du fromage. Yeah, baby, come on, give me it. Oh, glory. All right, sweet. So we're back in it, everybody. I'm so glad we retreated. Like, retreat rules can be a little complicated in Humankind, but when a victory hits right, and this is why I think that there's a distribution thing right here in terms of the instant resolve. It looks like more damage was assigned to the frontline guys than the backline guys, and I think that's like logical, right? That does make sense. That is what I would expect to happen most of the time in a real combat. So like my complaining about instant resolution is not to tell anyone that like nobody here knows what they are doing. It's that I think that a lot of people, in particular on the finance side in regards to 4X's, have forgotten that this is a nuanced genre that is attempting to explore reality in a nuanced way, and attempting to look at data and pretend like it is itself unnuanced and that reality is unnuanced is just dumb. Like, if that's how you feel about 4X games and like how you should finance them and how you should observe like the player feedback, then you should play more of them. That's the number one feedback from Walker to all 4X game designers. Play your games more, Jesus Christ, like, especially multiplayer with each other. Like, that, if nothing else, that will help you discover what things you think might be exploits and might be, like, intentional behaviors, because communication between people is, like, really complicated. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna demilitarize here, and then this butt can't attack my archer anymore. We're at war with our arch nemesis, who's right on our border, and we just took a bunch of damage. But one of the, like I mentioned, one of the things I really like is that you can actually heal units by just clicking on them and healing them out. So I think this is where like overwhelming advantage in a timing attack is actually like really useful, because it'll give you like less total damage on all of your units, which means that you need less total time to heal all of your units, less total money to heal all of your units. I think I'm okay with this. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up here. We'll heal for one turn, and then we'll spend some money to heal out some guys. And then we'll walk in. I mean, that looks pretty good. Yo, what's up, Four-Way? So yeah, like, the 4X genre, I don't know, man. Like, do you have impassioned feelings about this? It just, I don't know, like, I'm perpetually a worrywart, and so it is sort of like impossible for me to be objective in regards to things like this. But like, I don't know if people learned the right lesson from Civ 7 or not. And I think that that's something that even if you learn the right lesson, like the other side of this, of course, is that like there are random outcomes in terms of things, and like somebody could make a good game and have it not work correctly, like economically speaking, right? It's 4 turns to chop in Luoyang. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I just don't like it whenever developers say, well, 4X is a small niche. There's no reason for us to be worried about poorly behaving numbers, because that kind of is them saying out loud that like they are okay being unambitious in terms of their game's outcomes financially. At which point, also kind of like the finance people come back to being right. Yeah, released and then that is 100% true. Like sometimes it's also impossible to just like assign blame anywhere. Like random stuff happens a lot. Random stuff happens a lot in terms of outcomes for humans. It's crazy. How people exist here is crazy. I guess maybe we could get a wonder, honestly. There aren't a lot of them left. I don't know. I am feeling like this is going to be a game where we're not going to lose immediately. We're going to lose eventually, and that is also kind of an experience that I enjoy. I guess we'll take Pyramid of the Sun, and then we can use Marupapu to make it. It's going to take forever if it's just Marupapu, though. So I guess we'll have to combine resources. And maybe we'll want to even switch out of Small Council and over to Autarch, because we're going to be 1 over City Cap if we do that. 1 over City Cap. I don't remember how Bruno has rebalanced things, but he's rebalanced things in regards to, oh, right, we have craftsmanship. We have friggin' Lian New Bing. I'm terrible with tones. Like just unbelievably terrible with tones. And it's like worse for me because Eileen doesn't really speak Mandarin or Cantonese, like either one. She's a very American born Chinese person, but she knows like the sounds because one of her grandparents ended up like living with her and her dad after her parents got divorced. And so like there's a lot of, she like knows the sounds pretty well, and she knows like kitchen Chinese, but like that's about it. But it means that like I know all this Chinese history, but absolutely no way to translate it into sounds that mean anything. That's really what it boils down to. You attacked me while I was doing things, AI. That's rude behavior. I hope you know that is rude behavior. I guess we can retreat that stack, and then hopefully we can heal everybody else enough that they won't attack a second time. Yeah, I guess that's what we'll have to do. Attacking me while my pants are down. I like simultaneous turns. I do. I think they're good. I think that largely that is the correct thing for Amplitude to lean into, because it makes games so much faster. It really does. And that is also an enormous accessibility issue when it comes to 4X game design. If your game like has to take 10,000 years to play, only some people are going to want to play that game. Man, stop attacking my archers. They have really unimportant nonsense to do. Fine, we'll just stand here and guard these guys against this horseman, whatever, like, that's fine. Yeah, simultaneous turns being as like part of the game's design from the beginning, I think is good. I know that it bothers some people, and it does have some issues where like it doesn't respect the player enough to like give them choices and decision making, and that's where I think you can also like change some of the rules in regards to how retreating interacts and how your ability to upgrade on the field. Like here we're 2 turns off of craftsmanship. I don't think we can get that down to 1, but as soon as we get the craftsman, then like we have 1, 2, do we have only 3 archers over here? But we have 3 archers over there to upgrade. And with 3 effectively like super crossbowmen, we might be able to push back against these stupid butts. Yeah, I think we probably can push back against these stupid butts. I don't know what Shodelai do in terms of their bonus in auto-resolve. Does Grappler do anything in auto-resolve? Does it give them a bonus strength the same way that being heavy cav does? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I want to know. I would be thrilled to know. Because then as soon as I know, I will share it with people. And I don't think anyone should think of that as exploiting the game. Anyone who thinks that like learning the game's systems and then teaching people the fundamentals of the game is exploitation is a psychotic monster. Anyone who phrases things that way is out of their goddamn mind. That is the best kind of teaching, because that's the thing where you're not depriving the other person of the ability to explore the game. One easy way for players who get annoyed by skipping turns and simultaneous turn scenarios is just start a turn, wait a minute, and then players act. Yeah, you can do that too, 4-way, for sure. I think there are a lot of ways to handle simultaneous turns, and I think broadly speaking, it is good, especially because, like, I do like having timing attacks as being, like, a danger risk scenario that you have to, like, navigate as a player. This is such a slow pyramid. This is insane. Oh my god. But we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll eat a couple of players, and that'll give us a lot of resources, and then hopefully we'll turn that into something, or we'll discover that purple is over there and is gonna be ahead of us. They're at 15 out of 8 stars on Era 2, and we're at 7. Well, Walker, this is why we're playing on VIP, right? Yep, it sure is. Don't attack. Come on, man. Like, be better. Stop being so mean to me. Get out of here. Can we demilitarize this? No, we cannot demilitarize this. Can we defend here reasonably? Maybe. I think that this stack is just gonna bully our army for a little while we wait for craftsmen to come down, but then I think we should be able to upgrade at least a couple. I think that'll probably be enough. You can stay here, just station in this. I know you're gonna get chased off by the cav if we let you out of the house, so I don't want to have to like run across the street to find you again. So just stay in the house. Is he talking to a cat? I guess this is okay. Like, we're not finding any little Diplo pickup things down here, but I'm not actually sure like what the spawn reasoning for that is. I've historically liked being able to put these on auto explore and then just like letting them do their thing, but we only have one of them right now, and I'm willing to give it some time. All right, so none of these guys are currently in destruction. One of the things that is nice about retreating in Humankind is that you don't actually take damage when you get chased off. You just get put into like 2 movement points, and then if they hit you again, then they can, you know, like do the fight, and then you die. But they have to hit you like kind of twice in a row to do that. I could have been pillaging this entire time, because this war is taking like 10 turns longer than it should have taken. That's okay. That's okay. We can still do it. We can still do this. Now we get 200 gold instead of 178 like 4 turns earlier or whatever it would have been. That would have been better to do earlier. That's just true. Like, always do the economic thing as early as you can if you think you're going to do it. That's 8, 10 units. 13 units just getting bullied by 4 over here. There has to be somebody reinforcing. There has to be somebody reinforcing. We really need cav. Well, we really need cav. I'm gonna upgrade you before they attack. Stop it. This is why. Like, stop doing this while we're doing things. Alright. Will you will not reinforce if we run in here, will we? Cannot be done by a retreating army. That is correct. Okay, so we can get you in here. Obviously, we need more cash, guys, because we're about to go bankrupt. I think we can do that. And we will lose a bunch of upkeep once this fight is done, at least. With all of our dudes dead, we won't have to pay for them to stand around and eat growth anymore. But we need a way to push in. I thought it wouldn't reinforce if the army was retreating, but maybe I'm wrong. It sure seems to be acting like our reinforcements are getting in on this, or the retreating guys are getting in on this. Alright, I think this is a UI thing. I think this army is not participating because it's not here. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Despite saying that it would be in here, it's not in here. And I don't think we can afford to retreat again, so I think we're just gonna... God, we're really gonna... Yeah, I guess we're really gonna just retreat again and just, like, get locked on retreating over and over and over again off of 5 guys. Alright, so retreating guys definitely do not reinforce. That is good to know. Conquest. That's fine. We really need some growth now, though, because like all of it has gone into this war.
Yes, sir.
It is the greatest city that we can possibly get, though, because it's got like 5 things on it. I guess we could try to grow a pop here, and then we would be... No, if we grow a pop... No, if we grow a pop, we'll go to -4, and then we can move somebody over to money, and then we'll be at 24 at -3. Is it better to just do this? It's better to have taken the, like, not plant lore. Better to have taken the money culture trait during the Neolithic period, I think. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I guess we'll go with granary again. Yeah, we'll go with granary again. Okay, so we have the opportunity to flip. Purple is way ahead on basically every dimension that is conceivable. They're way ahead on points and they're ahead on era. So this is something that, like, there is sort of a positive feedback loop between like the era stars and the way you score. The more widgets that you have, the faster you'll be able to make progress on these things. And so, like, if there wasn't the culture swapping thing, if you just ported the way that era stars function to Civilization 4, for instance, then it would be effectively just what Civ already has, which is a scoring system. I think you have to have the culture system for this to work correctly. But it does still have issues where, like, because widgets can score you points even in the early game, like, you can still end up where you just, like, go infinite widget. Oh my god, I don't know if this is, like, correct behavior from the AI or not, because I don't know how they're going to use this, but I have heard that English longbowmen are disgustingly powerful. I don't know if that's true in auto resolves or not, but I have heard they're disgustingly powerful in manual PvP fights. We may end up wanting to delay 1 turn if we're going to see points anywhere. It's like the only source of potential points would be if we took that fight, but now we're like 2 turns off of it again because we have to wait for the retreat trigger to go off of those guys. And that's really annoying. Alright, whatever. Maybe they will stay here for us? Yes. Alright, they will stay here for us. No. Where? They won't reinforce because they are retreating. God damn it. We are gonna die. I think we're gonna die right here, honestly. Because, like, I should have not attacked with that stack, because then they wouldn't have the retreat trigger, and then we would have everybody here. But we've just, like, had a third of our army just, like, running away from every single combat. Yeah, that does seem to be what is about to happen. Well, AI, good. I'm glad that VIP fixes things up as much as I thought it did. Yep. Run the hell away. Oh my god. I don't think there's a way to... I guess we could potentially flip into a militarist culture if we had a bunch of pops, but we burned all of them early. So we don't have a way to pick up another... Because if we had a militarist culture, we could do the draft. So like that is... There's a draft within a draft. These guys get access to the ability to raise a bunch of militia units, which if we had an economic setup here to raise a bunch of militia and then add them to this combat, that would probably swing the scales. But if we do that, we're just going to die to no money income. Let's see, is there anything we can pick up here? We could potentially look to hire units, but I think we needed to invest... I think we needed to invest some of this influence in one of these guys earlier, honestly. Yeah, I think that's what we needed to do. Be really surprised if that wouldn't make some amount of difference, but I think we are about to die, everybody. So let's click through, see if the AI will let us pull our army together, or if they're going to defeat us in detail. Oh. All right, AI. I guess like if that's the way you want to vibe, you can do that too. Thanks for spotting me, your army. Okay. Well, never mind. I guess we're back in it. That I will accept as a bank error in our favor from a content creation perspective. I want to know what that logic was thinking. That's another thing. I want to know where the logic is in regards to the AI occasionally making very aggressive attacks on you. Attacks that do not seem to make sense. Because it has to know what the instant resolution, like, result is going to be whenever it offers the attack. Alright, well, in that case, I guess we have to figure out what we're going to do, because we definitely just scored a gazillion points through the militarist star. So we could switch... We could do what the game is kind of telling you to do, which is, like, if you're at war, you switch into a militarist star, and then you use... like militarist stuff to do militarist things and score points that way. But I would tell you most of the time the like fame bonus of scoring in a particular bucket because of the thing that is going on isn't large enough to really care that much about, at least not with the way that the AI is currently behaving. So I wouldn't worry about whether or not you get points for doing this stuff. That's mostly not important. Worry about like all of the other things. The fame bonus is a bonus. Like generically, I really like Khmer. Are there any that we haven't played at all? I haven't played Taino. I haven't played Rapa Nui. I haven't played Bulgarians. I don't know if we're gonna get Victor's Honor though. This seems like an ability like some of the things in Age of Wonders 4 you can just kind of like look at if you understand the fundamentals of combat and realize this thing was balanced by like manual combats against the AI because it doesn't respect like the way combat operates. This I don't think does anything unless you're doing a bunch of manual combats, because it's just really hard to ensure that you are that far ahead. See, the thing is that we don't have like a buttload of territories is the problem. We could have a buttload of territories if we weren't massacring our economy on Sumer for control of what is now not even their entire empire because we missed the timings. Like, we might be able to still win and take control of their capital, but like Urim down here means we're not going to get a player elimination, which means that like the value on this war, even if we win it, is so vanishingly small that we might go to space and be in third place. We might catch the golden snitch here. I guess we don't really have a reason to take those guys. And I don't know. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take Taino because these guys offer a commons quarter in VIP. And although we don't really have like territories yet, I don't care. Like, I want to see what Bruno has done in terms of updating like cultures that I don't think do anything in vanilla. I'm not sure if they don't do anything in vanilla, but I don't think they do anything in vanilla, and Bruno usually tries to fix those things in VIP. Alright, so we we still need a buttload of gold because we have an archer there that isn't upgraded. We have a bunch of damaged units. We have another unupgraded archer and a Chokonu, or a Yangnambing. Alright, I guess we'll send 2 troops over there and you over here. So we still have 12 to push in on Anug. So unless they whip out another army, which don't do that, please don't do that. I want to kill you.
I cannot teach you wisdom. I will teach
Ooh,
you.
we could build some Manya. I don't think we need those though. I don't think we need those.
There's just no way to make this work.
God, what I need is gold. I need money. I need money, and we took a food thing. Well, I guess we'll find out if we can translate money or food into money. Then that's a way to get ahead here. Generally speaking, though, I would say if we were playing literally to the board, we might have taken Swahili or something like that, because that in vanilla especially, Swahili is just like a ridiculously strong culture. It offers you the ability to do like pretty quick fix on any stability problems you might have. I guess this will also be good because this will unlock our this guy 3 commons quarters, and then we can go pretty crazy. Needs so much industry though. Oh my god, we have 65 industry on turn 42. Oh, good lord. Do we have a way to get one more turn off of this? Conquest? I guess Conquest isn't like critical here. We could do that though. Yeah, let's do that. Alright. The Goths have fallen. Okay. Alright. Well, an AI ate somebody, so at least definitely not in last place anymore. That's encouraging. Let's see. You come back. You come back. Alright, that's 12. Yeah, a scout here would be really good, but I don't want them engaging our stacks like piecemeal, so I guess we're gonna have to do it like this. Yeah, we're just do it like this. Alright, light blue. Your capital, not capital? Yes, capital. We're gonna besiege your capital, and we're gonna definitely pick up at least a little bit of battering rams. I don't know exactly how it works in terms of the auto-resolve results, but it seems like siege projects tend to get walloped first. You're attacking into me? You're massacring our front line, but like you're losing the battle. Is this probably okay? Like now we have 1,000 food, and we can probably switch back to conscripts if we need to. Yeah, now our food is gonna be pretty good. We can switch you back. You're growing. I mean, that was really a devastating combat, to be entirely honest. That was not good for us, but now we do have control over their capital, so hopefully that'll be enough for us to still hold out here. Oh no, I'm not doing any manual combats at all. That is like rule 1. That is rule 1. We're not doing any manual combats against the AI ever. If you don't understand, then go watch the other video, but I'm not doing any manual combats. I'm not allowing any manual combats against the AI in any sort of multiplayer game that we do. I think that is just like incredibly bad for game balance. It is much better for game balance to have risk on in combat. If you want your game to be really easy, you can do a bunch of manual combats against the AI, but I don't think that respects the game's fundamentals particularly well. Because like just to rehash, I guess the tactical layer problem we did kind of offer a solution to, which is, you know, give players more feedback in terms of what is happening in the instant resolution, but like it doesn't really, it hurts my ability to enjoy the game if I'm doing a manual combat where I remove all of the risk. I hate that. I am much happier learning like what mistakes I can improve on the strategic layer in order to make that outcome be better. But the other way around, like to make your tactical, to effectively like make your strategic layer understanding worse by like learning how to optimize, how to exploit the AI, is the literal opposite of the kind of content that I enjoy making. If you don't understand that, I do honestly just recommend just watching the other stream first, because I think that is not good behavior. It is not behavior that I think adds any value to the game, to be entirely honest. If you like doing manual combats against the AI, that's fine, but you should know that it is a decision about fun, not a decision about anything else. I guess we'll try to link up here, because I don't really want our economy to just like get torn apart by war support problems, but our war support was atrocious at the beginning of this game, at the beginning of this war anyway, so I don't know if there's anything I can do about that beyond just like admit that we needed better war support before and needed to get our military onto the board before, especially because we like offered them, we tried to use grievances to generate war support. Yeah, like it is, you can do that, like if you want to, like you can, but I don't think you learn the fundamentals of the game like well at all. I think you end up building stonemasons if you do a bunch of manual combats. Like all you learn there is the limits of the tactical AI, and like I've played enough manual combats against the AI in Humankind that I know the limits of the tactical combat AI. And that's just like that's where it is. I can't fight it anymore. I think it produces a worse strategic gameplay for me. And I think it does that too with like, oh, how is this the expert policy that we've arrived at and you're not moving anything around? All right, whatever. Do this. That looks okay. Oh, it's because we needed the cash to upgrade things, and now everybody's dead, so we can. Oh, yes, good. All right, perfect. We are back in business. I guess we want to build one more commons quarter, because we want to get like 3 commons quarters, so that way we can unlock that little dingly bop guy, and then maybe we can get a bunch of commons quarters on the cheap. It would be great if we'd found a religious district thing to pick up first, but I don't think that's good. Not with the things that we were trying to like force here. I still don't really know what Han is doing, considering that like we did not have the resources, I don't think, to leverage what they were doing. But there's a really cool thing, which if we finish up this stream today, I'm gonna do a stream tomorrow of some kind. I don't know what it's gonna be, but I'm gonna do a stream of some kind tomorrow. And one of the people that we were going to be playing multiplayer with has like recommended a way to use Bantu that I'm really excited to attempt to approximate. It sounds like it is above my skill level, to be entirely honest, and that's something that I kind of like, because it means that I can learn in single player from my own mistakes without having to rely upon the AI to provide that feedback. But basically, Bantu sounds like it is the single culture that I am most misevaluating in regards to how to evaluate the ancient era, because it's a culture that like largely I probably wouldn't have been like looking at, but apparently if you get a bajillion units, then you can use them to you can get fame, actually. But if you get a bajillion units during the ancient era playing as anybody, then you can flip into the Bantu and then use all the bajillion units that you got to just like grab a bunch of outposts and then flood like your cities with population. And like generically you don't really need to do that in vanilla, but if you're trying to just like get a crap ton of stars incredibly fast, because I don't think they fixed this, but in vanilla there is a big problem with stars where you get like effectively star overflow, where if you go way past the requirements for whatever the star is, then you can like start the next era with stars. And so people are doing like effectively star overflow with Bantu in vanilla, where they're getting like infinity pops during the ancient era by just like throwing scouts at the board and getting outposts, and then using the outposts to generate food in the cities and then go crazy. And then they flip into classical, and they immediately are able to unlock like multiple agrarian stars. And then of course like that gives you ways to leverage more agrarian abilities in the early game if you want to do those. All right, we have this pop up. I guess we'll burn 2 pops. We're getting 1,000,000 pops here right now. We could burn stability, but I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, whatever. We'll get those 2 pops back literal next turn. That's fine. Yeah, I'll go here, I guess. Yeah, that's good enough. We may end up being able to also buy rush some of these, it looks like, because we're going to have plenty of... Now that we don't have upkeep, because we don't have an army temporarily, we are going to be able to buy rush a lot of stuff really quickly. Guess we'll buy out actually this then, and then we can dump in a couple more units, so that way we actually have an army on the board. And we do have enough influence to flip out, and we're not being pressured right now, so we can go back to conscripts. And then maybe we get another conscript down? I don't know. Could do that. Could grab another sword. Can we get 2 swords in 1 turn? I don't think so, right? No. But we then could overflow a little production here, and then maybe get some with buy rushing next turn. Maybe we can get 2 swords out that way. Yeah, that looks okay. And we still have this archer down here. We have, oh god, yeah, well, god damn it, Walker. Why are you trying to figure out, oh, we have all this gold that we can use to buy rush stuff. You dummy. you have a fillion little crossbowmen that you could be upgrading instead. This is like generically probably what we should have been doing before the combat anyway. I was testing to see if you were paying attention, chat, and you were not, and you failed me. How dare you? I am telling my mother about this. All right, here's another thing that we're not going to be doing in the multiplayer thing. So we're not going to do it here, but you can do liberating outposts in Humankind. I've gone back and forth on how I experience it, but I think overall, because the AI is not doing it, it's something that I also like do not want to do. In regards to like that kind of behavior, I can't not scout because of how I identify as a 4X player. I like the discovery phase. I like the exploration phase. I can't stop myself from wanting to scout, so I hope that the AI eventually gets there. I mean, it's the way it is. No one, yeah, that's just the way it is. It's the way it is. It's the way it is. But like, I don't know. Are we gonna be able to get another wonder down? Oh my god. Oh my god, Bruno. And I have good news, everybody. For anyone who is enjoying watching me suffer, Bruno has arrived at a eureka moment in regards to actually making Humankind stronger. And yes, you didn't know anything about the game, so it's not your fault. But like, there's collective ways to pretend like you could have participated in this better, right? Just because I am the person who's financially incentivized to want this game to do well doesn't mean that that you're not also partially responsible for this somehow. That's the lesson of corporatism. I'm not sure how you're responsible for this 4-way, but the spreadsheet says that you are, so do better. There we go. That's just what it boils down to. Just like do better. Let's see, where are we going? Oh no, I was talking about how Bruno is updating VIP even further. So he arrived at a eureka moment, which apparently like Nick, who's another modder who's made, I forget Nick's mod, but we're gonna have to explore that one too. I want to play like at least a handful of mods for Humankind, so we have like an idea of what sort of problems they're trying to solve. I imagine a lot of them are probably trying to solve the same problems that Bruno is trying to solve in like different enough ways that they are still recognizable, but similar enough ways that there's probably like translatable objects between them. But basically, I want to see what they're doing. But Nick had arrived at this conclusion earlier, and I believe that Bruno is correct to be implementing this. The Neolithic era, where if you just change this to you have to have 2 stars to ascend, it almost certainly will make the AI even stronger. so we will have some pretty wacky streams picking nonsense and then dying as a consequence of that, but I think that's good. I think that is good. These are like trash harbors for garbage people. That could also be the rename of this stream. I don't know. Trash harbors for garbage people is also a mood. Yeah, we can go there. That's worth a little bit of stuff. This is another thing that we didn't get to do because we didn't get like a flood of influence in the early game. And it's kind of like why I want everybody to get 1 billion more influence in the early game so they can do nonsense like this. But like, if you have an outpost and you have you have infinity influence, you can just move the outpost around in the tile to like scout for you. You typically are not going to do that. That was something that you mostly only did whenever old estate numbers were around. But like the old estate numbers that were around were just hilariously stupid. I liked estate being good. I want to be clear about that because anyone who thinks that estate should be bad confuses me. Influence is right here on the HUD. Estates should be awesome. They should be one of the things that people are fighting over because that like will stress the nature of soft power in the world of humankind, and I think that that's an important thing to stress for people. But the estates were definitely too good, and now they're too bad, and now like you just get way more influence from doing other things than clicking cultural blitz, but not enough more influence from doing things like clicking cultural blitz. So like you just don't have enough influence to do fancy things anymore. And I think that that is a fun thing to enable the player to do. If you're going to include a resource as creative and interesting as influence, give players enough of it to do creative and interesting things with it. In fact, don't be scared. Like not everyone is going to do unrecognizable, horrifying things with it. Some people will, but I hope that you understand from how exploitable Google's systems are that your systems are going to be equally exploitable. You just cannot control for player behavior. Wow. Should we just go in on this? How close are we to knocking you out? How close are we to knocking ourselves out? Wait, how's this not your... Alright, this seems like a weird thing in regards to humankind. I don't get why they do this. Apparently, after you conquer a city, the other player can just like move their capital. So where did their capital move? Now they moved their capital down here. So we no longer get the ticking war score for occupied a capital. That seems like a big problem, honestly, in terms of balancing things for war support, especially in single player. If you're allowing people to move their capital away from a city that you've occupied, warfare becomes an abyss. I think that might be where this game is anyway. I think this might be a good another good timing attack fails because Walker is not paying attention stream. But the fact of the matter is that like if you do not have way more, but like yeah, like occupied capital. How did you move this? Like this is amplitude. You can do better than that. I know you can. I believe in you. I don't know. Should we do that? And I guess this is starting to get our industry rolling again. And then of course because we didn't leave anybody over here, this one stupid Gigir is gonna take the capital back. So it wouldn't really matter because they would have gotten the capital back either way because I was playing loosely. But like, I think broadly speaking, that does not make sense at all. Broadly speaking, if it is under your control, that should not be allowed. Yeah, let's just end this turn. See if we can hold this city. I don't think we will. I think they'll get it back. Maybe if we can get some units over there, though. We probably need a couple to drive that off, though. And kind of want the units going over here to Tenochtitlan. Let's see, can we get close enough to siege Tenochtitlan this turn? No. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Oh, wait, yes, we can do that. And it will link up with that other army. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. I guess we will begin the siege, and then we will see if we get massacred here for not having enough support on the board. But we can still flip into professionals one more time. We're just like burning all of our influence on flipping back and forth between those. I could buy out one swordsman on on conscripts. Yeah, we'll do that. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, we'll do another flip. Give me some more combat strength. We will use the combat strength. Why are you attacking me just because we are at war? Like, explain yourself on that one, AI. Why are you attacking me just because we are at war? That seems rude. I think that's probably good. That's probably good. I think that means we probably need more jobs here. That's what it looks like. Can we get the... Oh, we did. All right, sweet. We got common quarters. So we can do this. We'll get just an infinity amount of influence. And now this is like, this is an incredibly bad game, and we are still so far ahead in terms of influence that, like, you can see why taking in a seat culture here, you would not be taking it for anything other than the core values of the culture itself. And I don't know if the core values on a lot of the estates are good enough where you like are excited to do that. Some of them they definitely are, but some of them are like, especially the early ones tend to be the ones that are like the strongest, because they're the ones that still give you the way to get just an infinite amount of influence early, or more influence early. Yeah, we'll speak non-hyperbolically. They're the way you get more influence early, but because you can get so much more influence from just like getting into Big Liberty early and then building emblematic districts, like the thing that the game is already telling you to do, then you're usually in pretty good shape just doing what the game is telling you to do. All right, so they're gonna take that. I guess we will see if we can siege this down. Oh, God, I really wish we had like one more unit here. All right, AI, keep killing all of our swordsmen, I guess. Yeah, keep killing all of our swordsmen, I guess. Like, if that's how this war is going, our war support will be atrocious, but now we are occupying 2 of their cities. And still in last of the living. Perfect. Perfect. Chang'an does have enough resources here that I think we could potentially start building something like Totoji. I don't know if we need to build it here, but I guess I'm okay with it. Yeah, we'll see. So oh, wait, have we had the ability to pick a religious tenant for like 15 years here? We have had the ability to pick a religious thing for some amount of time here. I blame chat yet again. I look, guy who is Russian, if that is offensive behavior to you, then do not watch my streams. I'm not going to manual fight against the AI. I think that it is bad for the game's balance, like fundamentally. I think it is hostile to the game's design to do that because of like what I've highlighted in the tactical layer problem. If you don't understand that there is a bespoke tactical AI for every 4X game that has a tactical layer is going to have a bespoke tactical AI. That bespoke tactical AI is incredibly exploitable. If you exploit it, you will not learn how to play the game. You will not learn how to play the game. You will learn how to exploit the tactical AI, but you will not learn how to play the game. And that has proven true in like literally every single 4X that has ever existed, because all you were doing in that case is essentially taking risk out of combat. And by doing that, you will deprive yourself of the ability to do good valuation between like, is this thing good or that thing bad? Like it is also, I think, just like bad if you want to play multiplayer, because it means that like you've thrown the game's balance out of whack to the point where it only matters if you spawn next to mammoths or not. And that's like, that's stupid. I want the games that I play to be interesting and fun, and it's unfortunate that mammoths are like that, but they are like that. Manuals are just about fun, and because I do not enjoy like, yeah, like you just steamroll each and every AI. Like it's not. I don't think it does anything in terms of my learning. I don't get to understand what is happening in the game other than, yes, yet again, the tactical AI in this 4X is an afterthought that is there for people to bully if they want to bully an AI. That is really what it's for. That's what it does. That's how it behaves. And if that's what you enjoy doing, then you can do that, but I'm not going to do that. I don't enjoy doing that. It also makes my content like a lot less useful to like average players, because average players are going to click instant resolve sometimes. They're going to click manuals sometimes too, but because when they click manual, the game will be easier for them than what we are doing, then like if you understand logic, you can backtrack it and say, oh yes, you will end up with an easier game if you follow what Walker is saying and then like just click manual and exploit the AI. Like that's just logically true. If that bothers you, then that's just the way it is. But I think that it is. I think that if you want to have fun, then have fun with Humankind however you want to. But if you want to understand any 4X with a tactical layer, you really should not be fighting the manual combats against it. It's gonna warp your perception of the strategic layer so much that your data is gonna be meaningless. Let's see. I guess we're just trying to clean out whatever light blue has on the board with whatever we still have on the board. We're going to probably want a garrison somewhere so that way we can use it as a spawn point, but we don't have the commons district bonus there, but we could fix that actually. I don't think the war is interesting at all. I think that is a personal choice. If you enjoy exploiting the AI, then do so. I think the war is interesting. I think the war in Humankind, to be clear, is incredibly interesting. I think the tactical combat is incredibly uninteresting because of the exploitative nature of the AI. The war system in Humankind is astonishingly good because of the way that you have to like spend population in order to make units. The Butter's gun problem that is like presented in every single 4X is sort of like on full display in Humankind. I think they might have like overtuned it in regards to like the way that things operate here, where they're also generating a food upkeep. I think that as long as you just like give people more food, then that's fine. But like it is going to have catastrophic problems for the AI under certain circumstances, especially in vanilla, because there's like significantly worse growth patterns there for the AI sometimes. I think if you think that the war system in any 4X is just about the tactical combat, that you should probably learn more about warfare, because like tactics are the last layer of warfare, right? You have logistics and strategy as being like the things that are sort of like over everything else, and then tactics are like your response to individual scenarios and like environments around you. But unfortunately, because the tactical AI is just like doing stuff in most 4Xs, you just like you demolish them, you don't learn anything in the strategic layer, and then it's just a dopamine hit, and that's all it is, and I'm not here for that. Here we go. Yeah, we'll take some extra influence. Religious tolerance. I don't know if we want religious tolerance. Let's see. We have like 2 out here. I guess nobody else is really like pushing in on us in terms of faith. Maybe here? Yeah, that looks like we still need tolerance there. And I guess if we actually are able to demand cities from if we're able to demand cities in this 35 turn apocalyptic war that's going to make us lose on fame, then we'll want religious minorities. Yeah, we don't really need grievances at this point, honestly. And we don't really need stability either. I don't think. We're at 96%. Absolutely not. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab this. I guess we have so much stability that we could potentially grab this to go into industry on these guys. Yeah, alright. We'll do that for now. We don't have enough gold, considering that we're in the middle of a war to actually want to divert gold towards merging cities and stuff. Yeah, the civics are really interesting. So, like, one of the things that we have not been able to do in this, because we're not playing as them, but I think it's the Assyrians have the ability to get a commons quarter and a garrison simultaneously as emblematic quarters. All of them have two choices. In vanilla, some of them are balanced where there's like pretty obviously one pick that's going to be stronger early and then one pick that's going to be stronger late. Like even here, honestly, like we could very easily have made a gazillion more influence by canceling out of this and switching over to this, to be entirely honest. Maybe we should do that now. I don't know. We're not really doing anything with this influence at the moment. But like some of them are picks like that where like there's something that's obviously stronger early and then something that's like obviously stronger late, but then there are other ones where they're like both situationally useful, and I think that both of those are really interesting in terms of design choice for civics, because it gives the player like a lot of agency in terms of developing their economy, and in terms of just like conceptualizing the fact just how like the era system and switching cultures kind of emphasizes to you, the player, that like nothing is static on the map. Nothing is static. Yeah, you can cancel switch them, and cancel switching them, like some of them you kind of don't want to be doing a lot of that because it does get really expensive in terms of influence if you're doing it a gazillion times, but some of it is actually like very good to want to be doing. We have been doing a lot of switching here because we've been like grotesquely mismanaging some elements of our combat, especially our setup for this. I could have had like 6 more units on the board before I sent them a declaration of give me your stuff or don't or die. That is an option. That is a thing where you would not learn that lesson if you did a manual combat against the AI. You would think that the behavior that you employed was correct. So that's the thing, Fourway, is that I don't know. Some of the things in terms of AIs, I think for sure, just like how in Age of Wonders 4, there are definitely problems with some of the strategic choices that the AI makes, but then there are also just like big balance problems that sort of exacerbate the behavioral problems of the AI. That is also true here in Humankind, and that's kind of like why I like playing on VIP, because Bruno has gone like Super Saiyan levels of crazy in terms of trying to figure out how to balance the game in response to the actions of both the players as well as the AI. And I think he's done a really good job of it. And so what happens is that like the AI handles the systems that exist in VIP just a lot better than in vanilla, like just as a consequence of the way the game works. Like the rules are balanced towards their behaviors, and so unsurprisingly their outcomes are going to be better, so unsurprisingly their interaction with systems are going to be better. And I think that's also kind of like why I think it is a superior game to play as a single player experience too, because it is definitely more challenging, but it's also more rewarding as a new player, because the buttons don't trick you like nearly as much. The buttons in vanilla have a lot of noob traps. That is not the case in VIP. Most of the buttons in VIP do stuff. I'm sure that's true, but that's, again, I don't think you're listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth, man. Like, I think that attempting to do that, attempting to reduce the risk in the game, is bad behavior when you understand how bad the tactical AI is in most 4Xs. It is something that will hold back your learning like 99% of the time. you will get better results that way, and that's because what you're describing here is that in Humankind the combat is algorithmic on the instant resolve. It just like adds some numbers and then rolls some stuff, whereas in like auto resolve in Age of Wonders 4, if you open the combat and you click combat, it produces the exact same result as clicking auto resolve in Age of Wonders 4, because Age of Wonders 4 plays it out. But in order for that to be useful, in order for that to be something that like you observe and do it, if you're doing it in a single player game, if that is how you're handling instant resolution, you're still getting an enormous widget bonus over the AI on the strategic layer, because of the AI is not doing that. The AI is clicking instant resolution and is getting the results of instant resolution. And as soon as, because there is the overlap between to like exclusively use auto battles, so that way I just have to learn the strategic layer, and if I make mistakes on the strategic layer, I don't have the tactical layer to fall back on, and it will result in streams like this where we lose. If I win this, I get to punch Bruno in the face the next time that I see him. This is gonna be a very challenging game to pull back, but I don't think that's wrong, because I think, just like, I've watched the first stream twice. I made like 5 gigantic mechanical mistakes in the beginning of the game. I don't think that this is the inherent product of doing auto resolves. I think this is the inherent product of making mistakes on the strategic layer that I could then not cover with playing on the tactical layer. And that's okay too. Learning is an organic process. You need jobs here, honestly. This tile does nothing. Yeah, that's fine. Totoji is on 6 turns. God, we need to... Alright, how far behind are we in terms of stars? Yeah, purple is gonna crush us. I mean, there's a non-zero chance that we'll be able to eat pink, because they're at least on the same continent, but like, finding the other continent with purple, which I'm sure is over here, given that there is a player who is already dead and purple is doing so well on the 3 track here, I'd be really surprised if that doesn't mean that purple ate blue, or whoever this is, and did so a lot more efficiently than we are doing here. So like, I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it back or not, but we will definitely be able to learn kind of no matter what, and that's the important thing. Yeah, we'll get some extra defense. All right, so this is just a city that burnt down. Oh, did we do it? Did we chew through their army? It kind of feels like we might have chewed through their army. I don't see any more units coming out of light blue or whatever color this is. I don't know. 4-way, I need a lore check from you. What color is this? Is this light blue or is this teal? I don't know. My StarCraft brain is telling me that that is teal, but if you asked me to be entirely self-aware, I would tell you that that is an impossible task for me. Knowing that language is beyond my skill. I think this is fine. Yeah, we'll just work on Totoji. Alright, so we got siege tactics. Good lord, we are just like pulling everything in here. All of our research takes 10,000 turns because we don't have any infrastructure in these cities. Good. There should be consequences to your actions, Walker. If you declare war on an AI that you're not prepared to fight, you should probably think about that. Oh my god, knights and crossbowmen out of these guys, out of Sus. Can we get you friends with us fast enough? I don't know. The underside of a leaf. Yeah, alright, so we have a lore answer from 4-way is that this is the color of the underside of a leaf. And I think that that's even better than giving it a true name. Giving it an observational name is probably more useful. I don't think we can actually fight them here. I think we have to pause and see if we can pull in at least a couple more units. But good lord, yeah, our army is now like kind of weaker than a free cities. Our army is weaker than a free cities. We'll do that, I guess, to then try to speed up patronage here. At least these guys are friendly, so maybe we can pull units from them. And did we take fellow peoples? We did take fellow peoples. We don't have mercenary armies, though. Alright, so if we are going to recruit troops from them, it's going to be expensive. We might be able to get multiple cities from them at least.
Enough with the idle chat. What is it?
War support is 0. How's our stability doing? I mean, it's still doing fine. So actually, like, this war is going to be ridiculously destructive, and I'm sure will compromise our ability to win the game. But it does look like we are going to at least win the war, and that at this point is all that matters. Victory or death. That is where we are. Victory and death? Victory and death. That is where we are. Yeah, we can swing around this way. This is where the fact that we did not get Aztecs is really annoying, because, like, extra movement speed is very powerful. Yeah, extra movement speed is very powerful. Well, we do have the siege tactics. That's 5, 3. Yeah, I mean, our army's kind of back together. Kind of.
Go this way.
Yeah, that seems okay. Yeah, also, like, for sure, there was I don't know, like, 15 turns ago or whatever like that, there was an attack where I should not have attacked, because I didn't know that retreating stacks couldn't reinforce, and I wanted to learn, so I clicked it, and it turns out that retreating stacks cannot reinforce into combat, and that's part of the learning process, too. Like, but the other thing that you, I think, presumably missed is that this war did not start with a bunch of war support. This war started because I went into the, like, war resolution or whatever, the crisis system, and clicked give me a bunch of stuff to this AI when I didn't have an army on the field, and I had like 30 war support or like 38 war support, and then they said, okay, well, in that case, fight me in real life, and their army was meaningfully stronger than ours. So that is where the war support went. We did not have it to begin with. This war was, I want to say ambitious, but I think realistically it was foolish. Yeah, I think that's the assessment that I must give it. Not to suggest that war is actually, like, bad in Humankind. I think if you execute a war well in Humankind, it is incredibly beneficial to you. Good, rolled over. Yeah, if you execute a war correctly in Humankind, it is incredibly beneficial to you. That is something that we did do in the post-mortem. But, like, if you don't, then it's very bad for you. So you just kind of, like, you have to thread that needle. Sometimes you want to be at war because it gives you a bunch of widgets for conquering somebody, but you need to make sure that your army is actually prepared for the task at hand, and not just that your economy wants the war, but that your military is ready for it. That's also probably good advice generically to people out there. If you want to wage war, you should probably make sure that your military is ready first, and then you drag the other humans along for it. Well, we will have 1,000,000 pops here again in Marupapu, so we will be able to do something with them. Probably we're gonna need to make just like a crap ton of maker's quarters, but are we gonna get enough stability out of this to get there? We get 20, so let's go back up to 44. War weariness, that's all that's devouring us. War weariness and overpopulation. Well, the overpopulation we can definitely fix. Not this way, but we'll fix it in a more humane way in a couple of turns. The war weariness, I think we're going to need to do here.
Why are you here?
It's gonna be like a couple more turns, and then maybe we can get Unug. After occupying it for 25 turns, maybe we can get a city with 0 population in it. That's the true We Play Games experience. Hey, why are you being a dick? Like, we're being friends here. Why are you doing this? It's because these guys are in retreat and they can't participate in the combat. Well, all right. I'm gonna lose 2 more swords here, or we could retreat back, and then we'll have 10 on the non-retreat next turn. I think that's fine. I think it's honestly better. Yeah, I mean, we probably did lose, but like I said, I think we honestly probably deserved to. Like that's the lesson here that I want to stress is not like use the tactical combat to cover for bad decisions. It's do not use tactical combat to cover for bad decisions, because then you won't learn the other systems particularly well, or like basic logic of when you should attempt to offer demands to the AI. If you're out there issuing demands for them to surrender to you when you're way behind on military, and then just like cheesing it out, you're not learning the game. You're not learning the game. That's just true. That all you're learning there is how to cheat. It's how to play on power overwhelming. Yeah, I think that's good. I think we might have to switch back again for that. It's like another, I don't know, that's not even a lot of production that we're saving though, because we're only shaving it off of a couple of swordsmen, and each of them is like less than a turn, so I think that's probably okay. Yeah, we're so behind on tech. We should not be making a bunch of swordsmen on turn 55. We should be making a bunch of like good stuff. We should be making progress through the eras rather than just sending our units into blenders. But we did get Imperial Power, and we built Totoji. But it looks like we did not even get the Imperial Power. Yeah, we didn't even get the Imperial Power fame. But this is how you, if you were successful in the snowballing phase rather than unsuccessful in the snowballing phase, then the way that you translate the extra resources into fame is by doing the things that are here. And like the late game science tech, there's like a crap ton of science down here that has a bunch of fame on it too. There's also like a buttload of science or buttload of fame out of geosynchronous satellites and stuff. Oh yeah, and the rocket science, the space station you can finish in order to like finish the game. That's really important, but you can also use it to get more fame out of it. So like, this is a lot of ways to get fame. You just have to get to the late game stuff that gives you a bunch of fame. Yeah, we can pull you back. Go here. And wait. I don't think we... Well, I mean, we could spend a bunch of gold on these. We do have it. It's 110 to heal. And these guys are all potentially available for combat. So maybe... Again, we don't know if this works, where if you're, like, above the opponent doesn't do anything. We do know that heavy cav is going to get a giant bonus here for some reason in auto resolves. So this could easily be a bad auto for us, but no, it looks like we isolated them well enough that we got the win. Not thrilled that we're wasting resources fighting someone who we want to be allied with, but that's where it is. So we have a desperate need for jobs. 6, 2, 2. Yeah, I guess we're gonna make some jobs. And fortunately, at least we do have easy ways to get more commons quarters onto the boards, because we do have the common tech. Not thrilled being forced to do them, because as identified, we do not have the stability to build a bunch of stuff, because we've been like buried in a war that we're not winning. But that's the way it goes sometimes. Hey, wait, why aren't you able to build? Oh, are we not? No, we can build units when we're at 0 stability, can't we? I think we can build units when we're at 0 stability, but it seems to be acting like we can't. I'm like almost positive you can. Well, I guess we'll find out. No, that is not allowing us to build. All right, how close are you to? We have one more turn, and then we can peace out with them. That's all we need. That's all we need. One more turn, and then we can peace out with them, and then we can attempt to pull our economy back together and see what happens. I think that's fine. That's flavorful. Good. Yeah, that's good. All right, war resolution.
Why are you here?
What are you offering us? You are offering us Unug, all of Anug. Great. Texcoco? Where is this? You're offering Texcoco too? Wait a second. I gotta move the little pop-up voice thing here, okay, so you can actually read this. Alright, so giving us Gumala, giving us everything except for their last city. Alright, well, this was an easily, ridiculously over-destructive war, but we are getting effectively everything from Light Blue. So now we have most of their empire, except Anug itself. Except for their capital, which they moved and then moved back. I don't know how that happened. But we got Texcoco, we got Luoyang, we got... I guess we can figure out how to merge these guys here whenever we get to military architecture after this. But for now, we're gonna need to like piece together the science here on everybody to actually do any of that and figure out how we are supposed to attempt to catch up to purple. But I'm gonna take another quick bio break, and then we will see what we can do with the remainder of the save file. We are going to play it all the way out unless the AI literally kills us. It probably will involve us bouncing around in somewhere between 4th to 6th place, because that war was 20 turns longer than I had intended it to be. But that means that we will be able to see what Bruno's adjustments to the AI are capable of doing. Because, like, ultimately, if something goes well in terms of vanilla, like, early game experience, you can get to, like, turn 80, 90 in terms of space race. I think for postmortem we did it on 87 or something like that. Actually, let's see, when did we do that? Postmortem was 85. Yeah, we got it on 85. So, like, you can do it on vanilla pretty quickly, but I don't know if the AI is going to do it on VIP or not. But the AI is so much stronger on VIP that, like, as a result of Bruno's adjustments, that I think they might be able to also put us out of our misery and give us another bite at the apple next week. Okay, so I think things are still not, like, apocalyptically bad here. We have a buttload of influence and money, so we can at least still use land rights potentially to, like, make these cities a lot more productive with the stuff that we captured. I had kind of hoped that we would take this, but I, one, did not read the peace treaty carefully, but two, this is a 0 population city. We'll be back for this later. We'll definitely finish off, like, blue at least. If we kill enough of them, then we won't be in last place tautologically, right? We can make purple at the very least respect our feelings. That's what we will do. Yeah. Let's see. On that note, I guess we'll probably want to add a couple more diplo or envoys to, like, see if we can get more stars that way. I still don't really know how I'm supposed to interact with that, to be entirely honest. Like, it seems like those are really powerful, but I don't know when to prioritize them or under what circumstances I should be, like, deprioritizing them. But that's just a skill issue. That is not a design issue. That is something where I've not played enough with Together We Rule content turned on. And so we can do that. We can fix that problem. And look at this. We captured 5 scientists. I mean, we liberated 5 scientists. I mean, 5 scientists are happy to be a part of our empire now. So yeah, we did get something out of that. We got a reasonable city there. We didn't get any other cities, but it looks like because of our city cap, we kind of didn't want to get any other cities either. That would have just blown up all of our stability. But we can get a bunch more jobs by just attaching here. That seems okay. Oh, and we can get also iron. That seems okay too. And we got copper. So yeah, we got, I mean, we didn't, that is a very poorly executed war. Do better than that. Bruno, your AI is killing me. Your AI is killing me. This is definitely going to be a recovery stream now, because we had, like, a ridiculously long war with the Aztecs, like a 20 turn war with the Aztecs that I did not manage well and retreated like a stack and then didn't realize that it couldn't reinforce. So we had some issues during the war for sure. that have had some interesting consequences in terms of what we now have to do. But it's going to be an interesting situation to attempt to play out of, because we did win the war, and we did get a city, and we got some stuff, so like I don't think we're necessarily dead, but we are way behind, like infinity behind. The AI is not just ahead of us in terms of points, they're not just giving me a run for my money, Bruno. Like, I know that I played badly in the early game because I went back and watched the other stream twice, and that's where like some of the funny little jokes, like if you build a granary, maybe you should use it. Like, I don't know. Some of the decisions that I made in the early game very clearly were not motivated by a decision, by a desire to play well. They were motivated by something else. But yeah, the AI is gonna beat the crap out of me. So like now the question is, can we kill some of the AI in an explosion of catharsis and violence? I think we can. I think we can kill some of them. And if we killed some of them, then that will, I don't know if it'll accomplish anything mechanically, but it will definitely accomplish something spiritually for our Taino people. I'm also just like picking random things that I have the little like yellow exclamation point on, because that's the stuff that I've never played before, right? So like I'm in like, I was insanely hot in that stream. That stream, I honest to God think might honestly be my favorite content that I've made. It's up there with postmortem and vivisection, and like I don't know how other people are supposed to get any value from that object, but I kind of don't care because I'm going to watch it enough times that I think it was worth my time to do it. It was so dumb. Top 10 ridiculousness streams. And that's the kind of content that I enjoy making. We need more jobs here, though, and we need more production here, and we need more economy everywhere, because we just did nonsense, and now we have to suffer the consequences of having done nonsense. Did I forget to switch over to? No, I didn't switch over, but I actually kind of didn't want to switch over to inherited land, because we have so much influence that we didn't need it. But also look at the consequences of what Bruno has done, by the way. This is something that is also unfamiliar to me in terms of what I normally expect out of AI behavior. Normally, I expect that the AI is basically never going to touch these after a certain point because like they just don't have the resources necessary to pick it up. But this is sort of like, I'm going to assume this is a deep cut behavior modification thing that Bruno did, because he made the wonder cost scale to the city stuff. It's no longer just like you just get a bunch of widgets out of having a whole bunch of cities and you just translate those widgets into building all of the wonders, which is like what happens in vanilla. This is, if you cannot get the AI to be able to build 4 or 5 cities just for, you know, because that's just the way the game works with its AI, then what he has done in terms of rebalancing the wonders is good. It like that is very powerful for the AI, because it also creates like weird tensions for me where like if in vanilla you're used to be able to get like 15 wonders to get a gazillion fame if you want to, you're not going to be able to do that in VIP unless something goes really well for you in the very beginning of the game. And as a result of that, like your tension on fame, I think, is kind of highlighted, and I think that's good. All right, Bruno, decipher something here. I can't build this unit because I'm mutinous. Is that correct? I assume that is correct, but that also seems kind of strange because it seems like getting a bunch of people, whatever, we'll just whip out a commons quarter. That's fine. It seems like getting a bunch of stability is like kind of another thing you can do with military units, and so building them or not being able to build them whenever you're unstable is kind of strange. And that is what's going on there. I mean, if that's just the way the game works, that's just the game works. Mutinous cities can't build units. Okay. Well, I guess we'll that's what we're having to fix up right now, is that like all these cities are kind of not happy because we dragged them into a war that lasted for 20 turns instead of like 5. I mean, it could be. This game is not gonna be that long, I promise, because we're on fast. Worst case scenario is that we're gonna lose on turn 150, at which point like we will need to take a third stream. I'm hoping that Bruno has made it where like the numbers will allow his AI to kill me before then, but we will find out. I guess I'm gonna chop some of this stuff down. All right, good. Yeah, drink as much beer as is humanly possible out there, Bruno. Use your skills as an artist to. God damn it! Why am I not cutting this down faster? I don't know the exact numbers that you use for chopping stuff down. Oh, in base HK you can, but in VIP you can't. I mean, I guess that's fine. I don't know. Like, I don't. Is that abusive behavior in some form of like multiplayer circle? Like, does that do stuff that's bad? I guess that's what we'll be finding out on like next Saturday. I guess we could just chop a second time in Chang'an. Yeah, we'll just chop a second time in Chang'an. We desperately need production, and this is a way to get it. It's a weird way to get it, but it is a way to get it. I'd rather not just like disband an army, all of our units in order to try to fix the city up. I'd rather just like actually fix this city up. Yeah. Have fun, four-way. I'm not sure how far we're gonna get because like we'll see. I wanted to be able to finish today, but considering how badly that war went, it's gonna come down to sort of like the mercy of the AI as to whether or not we have to stream this again tomorrow. But we're gonna stream something tomorrow, and if we're not done with the save file, then it is going to be this save file, and then we'll see where we go from there. Because I do want to practice the Bantu strategy that Krohadilla told me about, because that sounds really interesting. I want to see what Bantu like really can do if you are able to do stuff with it. It does sound a little bit outside of my current skill level, but that's not a bad thing. That means that I have a very clear and direct thing to attempt to practice. Oh my god, a degenerate mid-late game strategy with agrarians. Just keep building units and never actually experience the negatives of bad stability. Okay, yeah, yep, I guess that makes sense. If you're just building an infinite number of units, then you can float it ridiculously positive stability for probably an inappropriately long amount of time. We're using a culture I've never used before, Bruno. We're using your Taino. Do you have any like tips or tricks in regards to utilization of Taino or Han? Because those are like two cultures that I'm really not sure what I should be trying to do other than. Oh, actually, no. There is something I wanted to ask you. Did you rebalance monumental contractors in VIP? Because I heard that this is just like broken in vanilla. We're not trading with you. We're trying to kill you. And we want to kill you, but we have to get over there first. We have to get through these guys, and then we have to get over there first. Pink, I guess, might be the next one that we have to cut down. If we're going to do that. Man, we're just like best case scenario setting up for like a runaway purple because they're on the other continent. I'm also kind of like curious. Did you didn't rebalance upkeep cost on these guys at all, right? On upkeep cost and food in terms of your pops? Because that seems like, oh, I guess we'll have to do this. Okay, monumental constructors is rebalanced in VIP. All right, good. Yeah, because I heard that was like outrageously broken in vanilla. Are there any other things that are like generically not fun in vanilla in terms of those agreements? Because you said you rebalanced a bunch of them. Walker, you could have picked that up first. It's right there. Like, just look at the board. You rant about it enough. Just look at the board. Money upkeep cost, not food. Food cost is the same as vanilla. I mean, I guess in VIP, because you just get so much more food, that doesn't seem like it's inherently a bad thing either. Guess we'll do here. Why are you just get more stability? Stop not having stability, Marupapu. 6, 7, none of these are particularly good in terms of FMC returns. I guess we could make another option for researchers. we definitely have enough pops. So yeah, let's just stick a house of scribes to the top and keep floating on production. This is gonna take up 10 per turn, is that right? I think that's correct. Maybe we should whip this out actually, because that'll reduce the overpopulation problem. Yeah. I think this one in particular, Bruno, I don't know. It feels like I kind of actually am coming around on whipping just being where it is in VIP, but I kind of think that there should be like a short-term stability penalty for clicking it. So that way if you click it like too many times, that it can cause stability problems that you then have to balance. Because it seems like that's basically the way that it works in Civ 4 is that way, because anytime you whip it causes like a short-term not stability, happiness penalty. And I think that mostly makes sense, right? Like if you're going around whipping the crap out of your people, they're probably not going to be thrilled with that. I guess we could just build this. But like I feel like if the numbers are going to remain where they are, that generically I would be pretty happy with having some sort of stability penalty. Okay, I mean if you can't, you can't. Like that's the way it is. So do you, I do not know how to speak Cyrillic, read or interact with Cyrillic, unfortunately. So you'll have to apologize, or I'll have to apologize. There. How would you like me to refer to you, number 2 guy? Because I assume that you're one of the multiplayer people who is like in that other Discord channel. Just be aware that like when we play multiplayer, it is going to be manuals versus the map, or rather autos versus the map. Like I think that is a hill that I will die on, perhaps alone, but I do believe that it is the correct thing to do. If you are not afraid of learning from your mistakes, then like hiding your mistakes through tactical combat, I don't think it produces a game that I enjoy. Alexei Bushko. All right, yeah, Alexei. I feel like broadly speaking, the this entire thing I really don't know anything about. So you guys are using I guess I assume that people are doing some overlap here to get humanitarian aid, right? Seems like that would be good, but I can't do it with the guys that hate me. That seems not possible. Oh no! Why do you hate me? Alexei Bushko. Oh, we already have humanitarian aid with you, but we don't have. I don't think we actually have any way to interact with them. I don't think we're doing any sort of cultural coexistence right now. We're pretty far away from each other still. I assume that doesn't interact with like unattached outposts, and we're not going to be able to attach those until we can steal some more of this crap. Maybe we have to get military architecture out of after war summons. Pyro hunters are a little late to the party, but they'll be there for round 2, and we're gonna have to go back for this. Like there's just way too much stuff for us to take from these guys. Yeah, alright, well, we can start construction here. Really late to that, but there's still an opportunity to get some points back. I'm curious, I'm really genuinely very curious how the AI assesses victory conditions. Bruno, have you readjusted victory conditions at all here? So Bruno says the cultural entente for one. On vanilla, the empire that dominates the other gets nothing. Oh, and the other one gets that's getting dominated gets food and industry. That seems not good. I guess like the reason that you would care there, like that seems not good, because like if the goal is to create an object that encourages people to not eat the weaker player, which I assume is probably the goal in regards to that, because that seems like the right thing to do. Is there a way to change victory conditions? Like, this could also just be, like, lack of experience in the game playing. It doesn't seem like the other victory conditions, other than Space Race, like, are as competitive, because, like, the Space Race is just a lot faster most of the time. This is what it feels like on vanilla, at least, is that the space race gets you just like a lot more tempo than the other ones. The other ones kind of feel like nobles in whatchamacallit. Where? Why can't we build? I guess we could build this. Yeah, we can build that. Like wonders in or not nobles in splendor. That's what I'm trying to say. They feel like nobles in splendor. All right, so you made the space race projects more expensive. I mean, that's probably good. Are you really attacking this diplomat immediately? Dude, guy. Oh, these are rebels. That's what's going on out there. Stability got low enough that people rose up in rebellion. All right, well, I guess we'll have to redeploy some military forces up north to deal with that. Let's see. Go, go, go. And these are just horsemen. All right, so there does horsemen get a bonus in combat, like in instant resolution, or just heavy cav? Like, I'm not even inherently opposed to there being an instant resolution bonus. It's again just like one of those things where I just want to see what is going on, so that way I can like assess what is going on. If it's all hidden, then like it's the only way to learn that stuff is to like do what you have to do for Total War, where you have to like test things over and over and over and over and over again in order to figure it out. If you can get them to do the thing that I sent to you, Bruno, I will send somebody a clump of my hair. Is that supposed to be an incentive or a disincentive? I don't know. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. It seems like we can cut down another section here to get Chang'an a little more competitive. Is there a way to see all that stuff? Like, is it all in mod tools, Bruno? Because if it's all in mod tools, that'd be pretty cool. Like, to be able to force me to like figure out how to actually interact with it without panicking. Because I'll tell you that like some mod tools, when I open them, are a lot easier to understand than others. And the one for humankind freaks me out. It has weird text in strange locations. Obviously it was designed for someone with more patience for like giant walls of math than me. I guess we'll take feudalism and then we'll go to military architecture. Yeah, because we do need to start sticking some of these stupid cities together. Like Texcoco has like all of the infrastructure, because it was owned by an AI, so we can just merge it into something. Right, you got all of the infrastructure? Yeah, you got all of the infrastructure. So you just merge it into Marupapu. I think that will probably create a super city that is good. Maybe it'll create a super city that is bad. I'm not 100% sure how their population is gonna settle, but it'll create a lot of extra pops, and then we can buy out with population a lot. We do have enough cash that we could potentially trade.
Let's see how second sight goes.
Oh, we can't trade with you. We don't have. Oh, we probably don't have access because you're being pillaged. Are you at war? Why can't we trade with each other? That looks like a. Oh, it's because it goes through pink. Is there any way that they can like retrace the way that trade routes go? Because I am adjacent to this guy. I get that Pink doesn't want us trading with them, but like we can. It's right here, Bulgarians. Just go south from Sparta. You don't have to send it through terrain that is not friendly to us. All right. Are we gonna? I think we should flip again. I think we desperately need more fame. But unless we can find a fight that we can win quickly next turn. I mean, maybe we can, though, because there's some horsemen there. And we might be able to get 3 swords out there to chop that, to fight those guys down. Maybe I should have... these guys were going to be far enough back that they weren't going to be able to get forward anyway. So they kind of were stuck over there. Maybe we can get this. Path is broken because we have a political crisis with him. Oh, okay, awesome. It's because of this. Yeah, all right, that makes sense. Well, in that case, what can we do? We could do, well, I don't think you're gonna declare war on me. Are you gonna declare war on me? If you're a cop, you have to tell me if you're a cop, Bulgarians. Like, just be cool. At least that AI is only one city, although if you capture it, apparently they create a second city. At least in vanilla, that's what happened, because I was fighting against Shanang, and I captured his capital, and he made like 2 extra dudes. 2 extra cities. Animals are -1. Interesting. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, if we just saw a bunch of that stuff, I don't think it would be too difficult. I did also, like, talk about that earlier in the stream before everything got insanely derailed. So if Amplitude has the interest in seeing a video feedback version of what I think you can do for instant resolutions, then it's going to be timestamped in here. Otherwise, I think the text, like, communicates basically what we should be doing. As long as the information that is communicated to the player is, like, decipherable and easy to look at while also being easy to ignore in terms of, like, how it's set up, right? As long as it's something that normal people do not have to look at, but if you're frustrated by the result of the instant resolve that you can look at and learn from, then I think it's good. But if it's only there as sort of like an afterthought and doesn't, like, communicate well with the player, then it's like not good from an accessibility standpoint. And, like, that's the most important thing when it comes to an instant resolution, more than auto-resolve or not. It needs to be something that is a good accessibility tool, because that's how casual players will teach it, will react to it. Alright, fine. Kill my stupid envoy again. God, really need to get our army up there after we're done chopping. Where is this giant army coming from? Is this Hagmatana again? This stupid free city, like, not only attacked these guys and presumably did some amount of damage to their army, they are now attacking our army and doing some meaningful amount of damage to us. Alright, let's go here and see if we can get enough units in next turn that we can clear them out. Because if we do, then we'll get a military star and then we can flip. And that's what I want to do. I want to flip 20 turns ago, but I'll settle for now, or next turn, I guess. Check their name. Mercenaries, Marajorans. We're being attacked by Zelda. Where? Oh, these are a guy that you could give the outpost to. They're just random dudes. Alright, well, random dudes can participate in combat. Like, if they're just a bunch of mercs who just decided to go capture parts of Anatolia because the Byzantines didn't pay them, I'm okay with that. Let's see. We are doing fine, finally, on that over here. We've got one. Do we have the ability to pick up another Unclaimed Wonder if we roll into the next age? I guess maybe. We'll see. Well, I mean, this guy is attacking me. He literally just killed my envoy. Oh, no. The one we're trying to attack is this guy. But, like, these guys literally just killed our envoy up here. That's where that tiny amount of damage on this pikeman came from intervening in our ability to be friendly with people. 8, 7, 10. I guess we'll go 10. And maybe we'll look for another researcher slot. Yeah, we just need more researcher slots. You've got way more than enough pops here too, so we can just whip you out. Yeah, we got a bunch of dudes on the board. Like this save file really is a mess at this point. We're gonna have to pull out all the stops to see if we can like, pull back like a third place here. That probably would be still instructional. I hope so. I hope it would be instructional. Do not. This is really effectively all of my fault. We had like 38 war support and like 1 million grievances and on like turn 30 or something like that. And this guy had like, and Teal had like 6 units over here, including like a couple of Shodelai and some like good gear and like actually good units and stuff. And I had like a citizen and some scouts and whatever. And I was like, well, I'm building up an army, so I'll go ahead and issue grievances against the Aztecs. At that point, they were their tier 2 thing or whatever. I'm gonna issue grievances against them and start building up war support, so that way whenever I want to declare war, I can. And they called my bluff, and that was not good. And now we get to explore the other side of the 4X, which is how do you attempt to pull things back together using the tools that are made available to us. I think we can reinforce here, and we can reinforce there. Yeah, like I just should not have been in that fight. Like that, I issued a declaration of war that I was not ready to back up with words, or with swords or anything, and the AI was more than happy to engage with that, and it was a very interesting war for logistical reasons. It was very interesting, but it also highlights that if you want to fight a war in humankind, I would especially if you want to fight it with instants, you really should be prepared for it. That is really it's just very obvious, Walker.
Forward.
Let's see. I guess we'll set up for. Maybe we'll switch into it's an interesting playthrough. Like we did manage to win a war that I do not think we really had any business winning, considering how poorly set up I was beforehand. So I'm very happy that we did not die immediately, but it was another one of those wars where like I feel like I mistimed it and mismanaged it, and so did not get the stuff out of it that I was hoping to. And that's just like what happens in 4X. If you do not get the resources out that you put in, then you should not have fought the war to begin with. And I definitely did not get the resources out that I put into it. I killed a lot of their pops though. That's gonna be an interesting chart to look at. Their population probably got obliterated in that war. Oh. Did they disappear? It appears as though they disappeared, so we should be able to ascend here. Good. All right, let's switch stars. And I guess we're going to switch into the Maori now. I haven't played Inca, but that seems to be the only one that we... Oh, I guess we could take poles. We kind of don't really need stability in most of the cities. But we could use it in some. But I want to take a military so that we can just, like, declare war on those guys and finish them off. I'm not really doing anything over land like that. Or, like, over water like that right now. And this is extra movement speed. Mostly. This is mostly extra movement speed, not exactly extra movement speed, but it's close enough. And I haven't played poles in a while, so we're gonna jam some poles here, and we're gonna see what we can do to use extra war support to at the very least finish off light blue, and then you have a 4th city up there. Okay, maybe we don't finish off light blue and we just like take Anug and Tenochtitlan and then just that's it, and then we use architecture to merge Texcoco and Marupapu. That might be what we do. That looks like what we do. If we're doing that, then we don't need to build any infrastructure in Marupapu at all. We just need to build districts, because we'll pick up effectively all of the infrastructure from merging into Texcoco here. Texcoco. That's not how that's spelled. I don't think. If I'm identifying the right thing, although I suppose it's a transliteration, so you can't really say right or wrong. That is not the transliteration that I am used to seeing. The religion is about to hit tier 2. So we picked up Smite Unbelievers, but we picked up Smite Unbelievers after we built a meaningful number of our units, so definitely mistimed that one. But I think we should be able to pick up Yield to None. But like the AI is just like way ahead of us now. Just like way ahead of us now. Could maybe use Bear False Not Witness. Get some science back, because that number is also pretty ridiculously low at this point. I don't think we really need food in this city, to be entirely honest, because we're going to have enough with just merging those together. It's like really way too much food there anyway, but that means we can at least support a gazillion pops there. We could use a dude to just grab this. I think actually that looks pretty good. Let's make another unit out there to go grab this spot and attach it to Luoyang, because we have enough stability to use it. We'll have to build more commons quarters, but that's okay. We have the discount. We can build as many commons quarters as our people are complaining about. Yeah, that looks okay.
Geography, cartography, algebra, optics, astronomy. It's a time of discovery and exploration.
You have Bruno. I love the music in Humankind. I think the music in Humankind honestly is like one of the strongest features. Like with all Amplitude Studios games, like both the visual and the audio presentation are kind of ridiculous. Like much better than you would assign. Like really so much better than some of the balance decisions that it confuses me. Like that these games are incredible. But I think that can you convince Kinrail to just use a bunch of your numbers, Bruno? Can you like blackmail him into using a bunch of your numbers? At least on the important things. Like I think the stars thing is like the most important one. We're not trespassing. Just because you put a demilitarization zone here doesn't mean we're trespassing. Don't be a jerk. Let me steal that zone. All right, well that's good. That means that now I feel like I've learned something about how you're supposed to use the demilitarized zones. In fact, I know I've learned something, because now I know I can zone people out in terms of controlling outposts. That's crazy good, actually. The Huns, I'm gonna have to try both the Bantu as well as the Huns, because I feel like the Bantu, I absolutely did not understand how you were supposed to use those, and so presumably I also do not understand how to use the Huns. I would assume that the Huns probably play a little differently, because like I would guess that most people are just doing 1,000 manuals against the AI when trying to evaluate them, but like the Bantu, it seems like what Croydilla was describing in terms of just like having a bunch of pops and then using them is something that like I think anybody could potentially do as long as they know what they're doing. So I just have to like figure out what that is, and then I think I can have a better evaluation on them. You can't claim unless you're an expansionist. Okay, cool. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Expansionists, I heard that once upon a time they were planning on like only expansionists could conquer cities from people, which I don't generally like that. I think that you should have reasons to not conquer people that are not just like artificial barriers, but like real economic reasons to not conquer people. But I mean, it is a solution for sure. All right, let's I guess we could just crank out iron reserves here on Kawuka. We do have enough pops for it, and doing so would deprive us of only, I guess it would cost us some farmers if we left it like this. Or we could burn off some production if we did that way. Or we could build a garrison first. If we build a garrison first, then we'll be able to deploy them closer to Unug or further south to Tenochtitlan. I feel like, given what troops are probably not here that we can do that. So what the guy in Croydilla said was that basically you just get like a bunch of pops, and then you basically just like mulch the board with outposts to surround your initial cities. Like you build 2 cities next to each other, and then you just create as many little tiles that intersect and like are adjacent to both as possible. And then you just get a crap ton of like food really quickly, and then you turn it into like overflow stars. So I don't know if that works in VIP or not, but I kind of want to test it in vanilla anyway, because like I'm gonna have to do weird stuff in terms of like brain allocation in terms of space, because I want to play on vanilla on VIP, but like I get that generically that it's gonna be a lot easier to get people to watch tier lists for vanilla. So like I don't know how to handle that from a content production standpoint. It does seem like I'm gonna need to also work on Endless Legend 2 at some point, but I don't know, man. Like this game is where it is. Yeah, Commons Quarter is a Common Quarter and a garrison, and that's another one of those things where like I feel compelled to attempt to play the game yet again from another perspective and get the Assyrians because of, well, this is Alexi, this is rebalanced in VIP. This is a garrison and a Commons Quarter in VIP. There are a lot of things like that where Bruno has changed some stuff, and broadly speaking, I would say it's gotta be good, because it definitely helps the AI do stuff a lot better. I think we can afford this. I think we can afford this. Yeah, that was on purpose, Bruno. Believe it. I knew exactly what I was doing. Yeah, I think that's okay. I don't think we need a million of these, but considering that they are free strength for units in or adjacent to the district, I don't know if that works with instant or not, but I guess we'll find out. And I guess we'll find out this way. Like, we should probably just finish this and then build a thing like here? Maybe? Just to see if somebody standing on it can do something into Anuk. Yeah, that's another one of those things where like I just want the game to tell me more feedback, because I don't know if that's gonna work in instant or not. I have no idea. We must test and adjust behaviors, but we must test and adjust behaviors knowing that the data collection that we are doing is inherently fraught and incomplete. Yeah, Assyrians getting access to the war slaves early, I want to run over and over and over again to here it is. I want to run Assyrians to get access to buyout conversion, because this sounds ridiculously good. It's just that I kind of feel like Assyrians I don't understand. We'll get there. Actually, we'll make some winged hussars. They might not look as good as they actually are, thanks to my inabilities, but we will make some. I promise. Once we've researched them in like 400 turns, where the hell we have to go down to centralized power? Good lord. I mean, we're not that far off in terms of actual picks to get to centralized power, but we are grotesquely behind in terms of science to get to centralized power. So we'll see how long it takes us to get there. I'm not super worried about the money cost right now though, because obviously our empire has bigger problems in terms of deploying them at the moment. Let's see. I think we could drop this then, considering there's no reason to be building just generic makers or generic commons quarters if we don't have to. We can build emblematic ones. That seems like it's probably stronger. It's almost always stronger. How do people feel about Hamlet likes? Because they were one of those things that like initially I thought were going to be like absolutely bonkers, and sometimes they feel like they are pretty good, but like some of the Hamlet likes, I don't know if they offer enough to like make me evaluate a culture differently, or rather it's just supposed to be like a little extra sprinkle of goodness that you get from doing the thing. Oh, wait. No, 4 more turns for military. Jesus Christ, Walker. Like 400 turns for military architecture. I guess we can build more science. We kind of have to. We have to build more building too. We have to build more everything because all our growth went into a war that we were not prepared for. Congress of Humankind? Okay, good. Put me out of my misery, guys. So the Hamlet Lakes are like the emblematic quarters, like the Mycenaeans, where you can use them to build stuff, like kind of far away from each other, while also still doing exploitation on either multiple kinds of resources, or at least like good resources. Like, I think the Cyclopean Fortress is probably the best of the Hamlet Lakes. Why are you guys doing this? Stop doing your special ability to me. I want to attack people, and you're standing in my way with your demilitarized zones and fancy nonsense. All right, well, this is a big enough army that look, if you die, you're fired. That's just the way it's gonna work here. Let's get you into position.
Speak fast.
So we can get
faster.
a buttload of war support by demanding everything.
Please accept a friend's advice.
I guess we'll wait one more turn to get more war support, and then we'll just like try to chunk them next turn. It's hilarious. Turn 63, army of swordsmen. The dumbest thing I've ever seen. All right, this is what happened last time, except I feel like our army is better positioned to issue this declaration of war. We will find out if that feeling is delusional or if it is truth. Only the battlefield shall tell us the true nature of our economic advantage or disadvantage here. And we're gonna start it off by starting up a siege. They are attacking in. All right, so they're massacring a bunch of our useless swordsmen. That does check out. That is why we should have heavy swords by now. But that's okay because we do have militarists. Probably should have done that earlier, Walker. Actually, you absolutely should have done that earlier. God, it's ridiculous. Oh my God. Walker, you are not paying any attention. If I whipped those guys out and upgraded them, then I think we probably could have saved some of those swords. I'm sure we could have. Yeah, I'm sure we could have. Well, you know what? The swords needed to die so that other people could live. Now they're not eating all of our food. That was a feature. We wanted to do that. We wanted them to die so that other people could live. And they believe it. You can't prove that that's not true. Can we find more science somewhere? 7, 8, 8, 6. They're not really slots though, so we'd have to build a bunch of research quarters to get them. And those are in awkward spaces. I don't really like that. Like, this looks a lot better, honestly, in terms of building random crap, because these tiles are like effectively all empty. Yeah, we could do that. It would be here, maybe? And then that would let us start building off in that direction, because there's just like no real way to use these tiles for anything other than research, I don't think. That seems okay. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, so Luoyang, what are you up to? 10, 5. I guess we probably still have to build a little more construction here, and then we can probably try to make a couple more research slots. Like, we desperately need those, but given how poor our industry is, I think we have to build a little more of that first. At least we have food. Ooh. Well. We could institute some slavery here as an option too. And considering that some of these cities are going to have grotesque amounts of food to burn off, I'm actually fine with that. Yeah, let's do some slavery here. and don't ask questions about why we're doing that. It is where this culture has developed. I guess we could use, let's see. We haven't picked up religious rights yet because we're just like not there. Yeah, I mean, our money economy is like non-existent at the moment. We're gonna have to get a bunch of money from this war with these guys, which I get that that's also like kind of a form of like AI manipulation too. I don't think the war system in Humankind got better from the couple of updates that we got, because now it still creates like total annihilation problems, but it creates total annihilation problems and like you get really absurd amounts of money from interacting with people, because they don't even just like pay you up to what they have, they can pay way past what they have. And I don't generally like that, because it means that like there's another sort of problem there where any sort of attempt to interact with the AI from a military perspective causes catastrophic problems in terms of like economic scaling, and that's also bad, because I think people should be able to fight wars in Humankind. I think if you're making a game where people cannot fight wars like Victoria 3 and 1.9, then that's not good. I don't think that's where we should be either. I guess we could fix up a little bit here by dropping some faith for overpopulation, and that's a way for us to use that Marupapu overage here. That's okay. We also potentially could run paid wages. Or we could just run, there's nothing really to ransack that we want to, though. Like, I don't know, maybe I should be trying to ransack Tenochtitlan. If we run over Tenochtitlan, does that really help us? I mean, we could drive, if we drive them all the way up to here, and we take these two core cities from these guys, from Light Blue or whatever, then I think they're, like, probably functionally eliminated from competition. It'd be really difficult for them to come back, I think. Yeah, it would be pretty difficult for them to come back, I think. So this would drop 5% industry if we go to here in exchange for stability, but it would give us non-state religion followers. Yeah, we'll get some money out of the AI. This is why I'm looking forward to playing multiplayer, to just like understand like where some of these problems are coming from in terms of either game design or AI behaviors versus like my own misevaluations of things. Because I don't like the fact that that this is how the economy is working in terms of war, but like that's where it is. That's where the game is balanced. I don't think there's anything that Bruno can do to fix that. I think probably. I'm gonna save the influence for now, so that way when we get architecture, we can merge away Texcoco, because we'll have like 1 million pops that don't have jobs. That's the name of the stream. That's the name of this stream. 1 million pops that don't have jobs.
Shall we try forward?
Mongols.
I ask myself, is this a ruse?
All right. Well, you know what? I'm always willing to take a little bit of cash from you.
If you might,
That's
I have
okay.
a proposition for you.
That one we've talked about before, where like, if you find that behavior offensive, that's okay too. If you don't want to counter AI deals, then I don't blame you. But like, there is a very real economic cost to signing a non-aggression pact with a nation that you are attempting to eat, namely that you cannot eat them. Oh, good. Thank God. Some amount of frigging science. All right, so we'll get military architecture next turn, and then we can merge that out. And then we'll have Unug and Tenochtitlan with no pops in it. Yeah, jobs out of hamlets are incredible. Hamlets generally are incredible. They tend to be better when you have good infrastructure, because you built infrastructure that you got value out of, rather than infrastructure that you built and then immediately abandoned and then come back to like 5 turns later. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen. We have a science boost in our city. Wait. Which one? astronomy, ambergris, researchers. Which one, Alexi? I think that's okay. I think that's fine. How many more turns for this? How many more turns before we can draft more people? 4 more turns. I think that's okay. God, Walker, you really could have had a lot more swordsmen, at least just wandering around doing nonsense if you just got out your pikes first. They have more strength. Oh, which is occupied. Yes, science osmosis. Good. Yes, an instant boost. Enjoy this instant boost. Ah, we did it. We got 0 science. Okay, wait a second. There's an army coming from these guys, from the Aztecs. Jaguar warriors and crossbowmen. Oh my god. Well, I guess we have to make more units, because that is stronger than ours. Yeah, 0. We did it. We did it, everybody. We got 0 science off of the boost. I guess this is our highest strength unit, other than maybe running with more Byria. Let's see, 225. I guess we could also try to do the flip again on professionals into conscripts. It's gonna get, so this is, the flipping thing is gonna get like prohibitively expensive unless you take stuff like Ming, which is like one of the reasons why I kind of like them, because they're just fancy. I don't think they're necessarily good, but they're definitely fun because you can do even more of this nonsense. But I think we have to do this nonsense here because we need more units to fight against the now superior units of the AI over there while we wait for architecture to come online. Another thing that will not increase the military strength of our units. Yeah, let's get a couple of pikes out. We could also get a barracks. If we're going to be building a bunch of pikes, then that is going to pay off in terms of industry, and it'll be getting us closer to armory, which we also kind of need. But we got the 25 experience point bonus already, though. And those guys are closing in fast. So I guess we'll make the 2 pikes first, just so we actually have them on the board in case the AI wants to rumble. Yeah, I think we'll put that on the board first in case the AI wants to rumble, and then we can do this instead. And then I really do not want to be making a bunch of random stupid swordsmen, but this place is just churning out pops so quickly that it's fine, I guess. We can whip that next turn. And we can whip that next turn. The one really big bright spot is that fixing up whipping should not be that difficult, right? Like, that is something where if you can just use your powers of persuasion, Bruno, then you can get Kinrail to fix that. And I think that would be awesome. If we can just get whipping to be good in vanilla and get chopping to be good in vanilla, or at least chopping to be not insane in vanilla with the weird game speed problems, then I think that the game will communicate better with people. I do think we need to have, like, probably a good narrative to present to the player too, like a good narrative tutorial that like just pays out like just enough information to get people sucked in. But I don't know. Kind of depends on what people are looking for in terms of game experience. Yeah, I'll make an artisan workshop, and then we'll probably need to just make some more units. Yeah, it seems necessary at this point. Conquered empires. Well, we could take Imperialist to just generate infinite war support for this fight against these guys. Their war support is going to fall a lot faster than ours, though, because it does seem like, unless they can come back and push us back out of this, which does seem possible. Let's see where. Let's actually, before we commit any of these guys to move somewhere, let's see where those guys move. Because maybe these guys are going to start charging back in Unug. Yes, that is exactly what they are going to do. Okay. Well, in that case, we will redeploy. I mean, for now, we can fix that. We can fix that either by winning battles or something, or by losing units or something. Your upkeep goes down as your army dies. That is an important lesson from Age of Wonders 4, if nothing else. Oh yeah, 100% Alexi. That is something that I kind of feel like I need to do a video about, to be entirely honest. Where like the Bruno told me later that the design and structure of the vanilla improvement project videos that I was doing might cause problems for people unintentionally, and that does seem to be the case. Okay, so we can get Great Swordsman if we're willing to delay getting access to our Winged Hussars, which I guess we have to do. Man, it would have been really smart, Walker, for you to have gotten those units onto the board before autoing that off, because I think we could have actually saved a bunch of our army in that fight, and then have enough to push through to Tenochtitlan without too much worry. But now I kind of feel like we're gonna need to see if we need to shuffle anybody over to money jobs. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do the same thing where we build a piece of infrastructure and then immediately do not use it. That is the real cost here. Is if you just build infrastructure and then don't use it, then your economy is not going to work as well as it could. And that's what we've been doing. That is what we have been doing. All right, good. Yeah, this is perfect because we just got 1 million unemployed pops doing cool stuff in Marupapu, and we liberated a city cap for potentially absorbing Unug. And it shifted all of that infrastructure from the like 1 tile city over this 2 tile city. Good. Research quarter is like partially done. I guess we probably should have whipped that honestly before we merged them. Can we still do that? 5? No, not whipping 5 pops in order to do that. That is psychotic Hegelian like villain behavior, and we are going to be doing that on other streams. We're going to be doing that whenever we're playing with Assyrians, assuming we can get to them. Will the AI allow us to take them? I don't know. Does the AI have any weighting systems, Bruno, in terms of what it picks? Because it feels like it kind of has a weighting system that refers to its persona, but I really can't say that for sure. Because like again, I have like 360 something hours, and like a big chunk of that was spent on a playthrough that is pure nonsense. A playthrough that is pure nonsense. If that's one. If there's a way to see that in mod tools, that would be really interesting. So that way, at least we could confirm or deny whether or not that is a problem. Let's see, where is purple? At least purple is stalled in the 4th era, so we are at least caught up to them in terms of nominal widget, it's like location and association. We'll see if we can make that gap in terms of fame. We will see that. I don't know. This has enough. I guess you could technically attach another spot here, but I kind of don't think we need a 4th. I don't know. Should we take a 4th? This is effectively an undeveloped tile. This is just a bunch of exploitations, or rather, whatever these are, artisans' quarters. So I guess we don't really need to attach that here, because we don't really need jobs as badly. We'll be getting some. Yeah, all right, I'll pass that out. And then we'll see if these guys decide to attack us over here or not. You have 15 units, though, against 5? I mean, we have 15 units against 5. Like, if the auto-resolve loses this fight, I'll be confused, to say the least. I'll be confused with a question mark sound, to say the least. You, I guess, could come down here, potentially, even. I don't know if you're going to be inside range. Okay, so there's a 6th unit. There's Samanya. Those guys are all really beaten up. I could spend 21 gold to try to heal this swordsman. But I'll be honest, I think that swordsman is probably destined to die anyway. Should we try to save it? I mean, we have 21 gold, though, and it does have experience points, so, like, let's try. Wait, what? Why didn't you keep going? What happened? Oh, it's because it was adjacent to... Was it locked out because it was adjacent to the envoy? Sometimes that happens where, like, you're adjacent to the thing and it doesn't actually display it until you...
Greetings, but that's all I'm getting.
Sceptrum. Where is this? Here? Pink? Nah, I don't think so. I mean, if you're trying to declare war on us, then that's not great for us if we're about to have a second war. Let's see if we can do anything about that. We do not have enough we don't have enough leverage to do that. So there's no shuttle eye here. And there was this envoy here where I was standing, but I don't think that's how it works, right? Like, it seems like it shouldn't. Oh, god damn it! I forgot that this is an option too. You can spend influence on building garrisons. Probably should have done that. Okay, wait a second. If that's what we're doing, then we can do this, right? And then, hopefully that bonus still applies here. And if not, I don't know. Like, that's a discovery thing where we're just gonna have to see how some of these things actually genuinely function. Once we know how instant resolves function, then we can figure out if building those is ritualistic behavior or useful. That's what I want to know. Is this ritualistic behavior or is it useful? Tell me, AI. I don't know. Tell me, rules. I don't know. Give me your money. No? Alright, fine. But we'll be back for you, guy. Shenong. I guess we'll go over here. How are we losing? Okay, so we get bountiful on 4 targets. This has got to be better. I don't know which narrative events are triggered with each thing, so that's like a little complicated to evaluate in a vacuum. But I think that's sometimes okay. Yeah, we just have to make more people work on money. I'm not thrilled with that, but it's what we have to do. Otherwise, we will run out of cash. Oh. Well, alright. At least we are not the only people being attacked by hostile city-states out here. That's good. That is useful. Luoyang, we could potentially get another cash job by building another one of these. Or we could build that for 10. We do have 2 more jobs. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have like 10,000 pops, so we might as well build some makers or some market quarters. Guess we could do here for 13. -4 food is not the end of the world here. Not thrilled at having to build a 13, but I think that's what we gotta do. And then I guess we could build some market quarters over there. We need Kawuka to build some market quarters, because that's a good one. That's also pretty decent. Yeah. All right. Let's build a couple of market quarters just to stabilize our cash economy before we inevitably go entirely bankrupt. But we should be able to whip some of these objects out if we have to. So I think that's okay. That's okay. And then we can fight you next turn. Will you allow us to do that, blue guy? Wait, where did you go? Did they just like reoccupy that city despite the fact that we're standing right next to it? Because that kind of is what it feels like. That is kind of exactly what that feels like. Alright, well, I guess that's also useful to know in terms of humankind's occupation rules. It seems like humankind's occupation rules are like the biggest problem in terms of like the actual warfare system, not whether or not you're supposed to be getting X, Y, or Z in terms of like war support, but like the fact that you just walk in there. I guess I have to abandon a unit there to just guard a couple of units.
Speak and make it quick.
I'm not doing that. Get out of here. Stop
There's
it.
just no way to make this work.
If you really care about your ally that much, Pink, then declare war on me. Like that's up to you. That's your choice. I guess you'll just go there to reinforce that. Then we'll have 2 trebs next turn. We might wait 1 more turn to get another treb. Kind of don't want to wait 2 turns to get 4 trebs, but if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. Because the siege units definitely absorb combat damage first. They can just liberate it with no battle. Alright, yeah, we'll have to leave a couple of pikes somewhere, I guess, then. We could maybe do another draft in Luoyang in a, like, next turn to just push some guys down here. Yeah. It does seem like an option. It does seem like an option. Alright, so we get 2 more in 1 turn. I don't know if we can afford to keep like losing gigantic amounts of units in combat, and having trebs does like dramatically reduce the amount of like real casualties that you get. So I think we're gonna do that. So Alexi, if you know bugs like that, we won't use them, but if you know bugs like that, then report them to me. I don't know if we can get Amplitude to fix things like that now or not, in regards to humankind's upkeep and design, but like anytime there are exploits like that, those seem like the sort of issues that really need to be like priority number 1 in terms of fixing. Because like trying to balance exploit, like trying to balance the game and assuming that you like can balance all the widgets correctly, I don't think is the right behavior to attempt to do when it comes to exploiting. I think when it comes to exploiting, if you want to make the game like unexploitable, then bugs like whatever you're trying to describe here to make a city impossible to capture, that's what needs to change, right? Like you'll discover that there are probably definitely balance problems in like basically every 4X that exists, and some of them are definitely a lot more hostile to new players than others. And I think that a well-balanced game is one that is not hostile to people, and I think that that is a good thing to aim towards, and that's where I'd like developers to settle. But if the game is like not perfectly balanced but does not have grotesque exploits, that matters a lot more to me. If there are bugs where you can like make the game's rules not work at all, that seems like a much bigger problem. So if you know any of those, like hit me up. Bruno and I can attempt to shuffle them towards Amplitude. Even if they don't have time to work on it, then at least it'll give them an idea of like what is an issue if they're working on HK2, because I hope they are. There's like important stuff to do to improve the game there. All right, we have 4 trebs. If you lose anything, you are fired. All right, you did it. Instant resolution. I'm proud of you. You lost 2 trebs. Good. Sweet. We're just intentionally liberating Unug back and forth to Teal, so that way we can fight them over and over again for military stars. And if you believe that, I definitely have a bridge to sell you. Alright, so we're like 10,000 turns off of all of those things, so I guess we'll start working on chivalry, and then if we can get through that, at least we'll be able to pick up hussars eventually. Jesus Christ, our science scaling is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Where's purple? Alright, purple at least has stalled out. For now. Purple has stalled out for now. We will see if purple is going to obey that stall out procedure or not. 6 freaking prowlers. Alright. This is another thing that we are going to see for sure in multiplayer, where people are going to own me with prowlers, because I do not leave enough units behind. Very, very emphatically. But you also don't have a bunch of units when you are willing to leave risk on in combat. 6, 7, 8, 7. I guess we have to build some of these. I'm not thrilled building such low impact things, but it does feel like we really have to get this industry moving in the city. If we're going to effectively grow at all in that city, we do have to grow in that city, and industry is the way to get there. If we did a whip at 2, we would just burn off a whole bunch of money, so we can't do that. I guess we could do another commons quarter over there, but I don't know, we have this city now finally has some industry in it. Wow, this city is going to be a lot better than the other ones that we have. I guess we could take Brussels Town Hall in an effort to find a little more VP, or we could take Topkapi to just try to roll it into another thing. Let's take Topkapi. I don't know if we're going to be able to pick Brussels. We kind of need to be able to pick Brussels, but in order to like economically build Brussels, I think we also need Topkapi. So it's like it's a space from which there is no escape. We need both of these things to survive, and have the resources to probably build neither, but we do have to do this. So I think I'm gonna do here for Topkapi, because this is gonna be the bigger, stronger city for production anyway, right? It's gonna be better than Kawuka. Kawuka, our capital, is a silly nonsense capital. I guess we'll go here. None of these are things that we're gonna build off of, though. And this, at least, yeah, we're not really gonna build off of there either. This is where I want to be building rude person who is using the Diplo thing, whatever that is. I had great dreams and aspirations for that tile, and you deprived me. I'm gonna write you an angry letter. Alright, we'll go there. I think that's fine. And we will have an incredibly slow time building that. Can we get... How quickly can we get that done if we do this? Because this is going to be a whip for 2. So now that's down to 7. That's 17. I don't think we can afford that. That would be really... just... That would be being mean to these people for no reason. I think we can build the stoneworks in 1 turn and then roll into Topkapi, and then presumably between all of those guys we can get that done in maybe 5 turns, and then hopefully by then the AI still hasn't taken Brussels, and by then hopefully the war won't be over, so we can still take Tenochtitlan. I think that's a plan. And if we get Brussels and Topkapi, then our like fame economy is going to be better, question mark? I don't want to say fixed, but it will definitely be better if we can get Topkapi and Brussels. Then any of the wonders that we can still get from before the AI takes them all will be a lot more useful. And we can also probably go this way and control where reinforcements are coming from Urim before we can go to Tenochtitlan. I think that's okay. I think we can get both of those cities. And I don't really want all of the cities anyway, because if we get 15 cities over city cap in Humankind in VIP, our economy will go from being teetering on the edge of death to spiraling into oblivion pretty quickly. Yeah, we have to run away from rebels. It's the way it is. Okay. So yeah, I think that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. That looks okay. How many pops are we? Minus 42 pops to whip out Topkappa. That seems right. Let's do minus 42 pops to do that. Okay. So we're just gonna station this stupid polearm there, so that way in case anything annoying happens, we're not sieging the same city down 14 times in a row. I don't want to do that. That sounds like perfect agony. Let's I guess we'll heal for one turn before we run in, because I don't have the gold to refresh all of our dudes. That is good to be able to do, but we are not there currently. And I think that's fine. I think, yeah, we'll just wait one turn on passive healing and then we'll move in. Can we trade with you?
How do you
We
do?
already have luxury trade set up. Who else is kind of like low on the leaderboard? How are you doing so fine, Swiss? We've attacked you and taken so much of your stuff. We have to do something about this. They're gonna humiliate us by just like staying on the edge of alive long enough that they can still beat us on fame. I think that's okay though. I think that's okay. We'll go in next turn. Those guys are healed. Those are swordsmen that I don't really care if they're healed or not. There's a crossbowman that's just a random crossbow wandering around. That's okay. I'm not worried about a random crossbow wandering around. And those are just envoys. Those are all just envoys. All right, cool. So I think we can go ahead and go in on the siege. I don't know if I want to break those guys off to heal or not, because I really do not want to be replacing all these guys. So I guess I'm just gonna heal them for now. I wish we had the cash to upgrade a bunch of them, but we do not. That is not where this economy is. But I think that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and start the siege. I'm gonna still pick up at least one turn worth of siege weapons, just so that way, again, there's like siege weapons to distract the AI in whatever algorithm that it is doing. If you have siege weapons, they will tend to take the damage first, and that is really good in terms of keeping your other units healthy and paced and alive. So we'll wait. I think probably one turn is going to be enough, and then we'll go in, because it's also, by laying siege to this, we're incorporating Chang'an into the battlefield, which means that we can't produce anything there. So we really don't want to just sit on this siege forever. But we really don't want to be like burning off all of our troops in that combat. That's no good. Oh, god damn it, Walker. All right, well, we're gonna have to switch back again. That should wow, that should have made the first battle a lot easier. If you're paying attention, Walker, you would have gotten probably slightly fewer losses in that battle, but that will make this battle at least a lot easier, probably. Yeah, I think that's okay.
As feudal structures prove practical for both.
Yes, feudal structures. And you are a jaguar warrior. I guess we'll probably want... Yeah, we can just whip that out next turn. Good. We can whip, finish, Topkappa. Science on Holy Site is fine, but we don't have any Holy Sites right now. I don't know if I'm supposed to be building those earlier in VIP or not. So that's like why playing on VIP is so much fun. Like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing, in air quotes. It's one of those discovery processes that is going to be messy, but I think I will learn a lot from. Okay, so that's 80 per turn. Yeah, that's definitely correct. And now all we need is to finish this war, and then we will have picked up at least 2 cities and hopefully enough resources to do something to fight back against the rest of the map here. Yeah, I think that's right. We could also just crank out a bunch of reserves here to rush in. Bruno, if they attack here into this... Oh, you got sucked into the combat. That's why all this stuff is going on here. I assume that I'm able to reinforce, but I guess I probably should just put the units onto the board first because we do have the cash, and then we'll at least be in the area in case they're getting spicy. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, that looks okay. And then we'll just auto next turn because I think we really do desperately need 4 in order to make sure that this battle is as low cost to us as possible. Because we just burned off so many resources already in wars against the Swiss. Oh, good. All right, so their war support collapsed, and now we can trade off like a couple of random nonsense doodads. No, we can trade off enormous amounts of nonsense doodads. How are so many units dying here? We have 4 siege units. It's because these are all swordsmen, Walker. That's how they're all dying. Because these are woefully obsoleted units. That's how. Well, they're woefully obsoleted units. That's fine. We lost 5 of them. It's better than losing 30 of them last time. As well counter here, because I'm not really afraid of Shenong due to the way that, like, one city problems work. I'm gonna ask for surrender. I'm gonna take Tenochtitlan, take Unug. We're not taking Lulaban, because they're down there. We're not taking Manure. That's fine, too. We could make you a vassal. I guess we'll make you into a vassal. Yeah, we'll do that. Are vassals worked at all in, like, reworked at all in VIP, Bruno?
I can tell you that our gratitude is bound.
We have now an infinite amount of gold to upgrade all of the swordsmen who just died, but anyone who's still alive out there can get some healing at least if it looks like somebody's about to declare war on us. But if not, I guess this is still not a bad spot to be in. You can attach this. So what did you do to vassals in the game then, Bruno? I feel like because of these guys, I am gonna have to heal them. I don't want to spend 1,000 gold on this, but I don't want to spend 3,000 gold on just replacing other units. Influence of money incomes. So let's see. Districts, territory, city, bridges, influence, Pitarka, Gunugmalu, patronage. So I'm losing influence for having a vassal, I assume. No, that's stuff I'm sending to Sus because I'm trying to interact with this free city that I forgot about. I don't really care about getting that. Do they have any resources for me to exploit? No, they don't have resources for me to exploit. Could try to get troops from them, but those troops are pretty heavily obsoleted. Why am I giving you influence? What am I getting out of this? I guess I'll get a little bit of science. Okay, so we have now a vassal. I suppose we can use a little bit of leverage to interact with these guys here. Oh, the 28% is from... Wait. Bruno, I'm not... Wait, plus 28 because you get a percent of your vassal's influence. Is that on this here? I don't see the UI for that, but that might be a skill issue. Nekar, no. Look, Pink, if you want to declare war on us, that makes my life easier. We were going to declare war on you soon anyway, just for fundamental value reasons. I feel compelled to declare war on you. So, I hope you are emotionally prepared for that as an outcome. That's not enough food to make that. Let's see. Tenochtitlan, I guess we'll take Nakar. And then we'll have to build some stability stuff. He's way over city cap, but we should be able to fix that by taking theology first. Yeah, we'll take theology first. Should have probably done that before trying to work on centralize. If we're conquering a bunch of cities, probably had to do the thing to make the best of the cities. Bruno has rebalanced that, where you cannot, like, have 10,000 over city cap ignoring the rules of the board. He's made this much better in regards to that. I guess we could disband some pops here, though, because this isn't really doing anything here. And there's plenty of easy growth to pick up, so we could grab that. Maybe even just like disband some troops into this, but we also have now 6,000 gold, so oh nope, we're not chopping anything. I'm debating whether or not we want to upgrade all of you to pikemen and or halberdiers, which I suspect we probably will, because that feels like it would be pretty useful for fighting Pink. And it does seem like Pink wants to fight. It seems like Pink wants to fight. Alright, let's go explore this place and see what we can find. Nothing. Nothing other than what we kind of... Nothing other than what we kind of suspected based off of the scoreboard, that indeed... Purple has conquered their entire starting continent way faster than we have ours, and it does look like it's going to be able to translate that into a victory here. Tenochtitlan, can you fix your stability in a reasonable fashion? Commons Quarters is going to get us 15, but take 10,000 turns to build. Good lord, you have like absolutely no production. I guess what we could do here actually is once Topkappa is finished, then we could grab oh no, oh my god, Walker, you were not supposed to peace out with blue there, because we needed to have fewer cities, because now this is going to cost 1 million influence. Oh my god, no. Oops. Well, I guess we'll find out how that turns out. Let's see. I suppose we'll still go with an obelisk. The purple bot is gonna demolish me. I mean, like, to be entirely fair, I feel like we did a very good job of demolishing ourselves. Some of the choices we made in terms of early game stuff were just not correct. Some of the mistakes that I made were very easily preventable. We're going to lose pretty horrifically to purple unless we do something new and strange here. But that's okay. That's the way that I think that this should work. I think if you play badly, you should not get rewarded. Call me crazy. I think that that's reasonable. I think that's not inherently offensive behavior. Wait, I thought, Bruno, shouldn't this cost like 1 million influence for me to get this? Not that I'm complaining, but like I thought that this was, if you have, I mean, this is still a lot of influence, but like I thought that this would be infinity, and instead it's just a lot. I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna say that you're wrong for allowing me to take the thing that I wanted to take. God damn it, Loki, get out of here. You're not wrong for allowing me to do the thing that I wanted to do, but that does seem interesting, at least. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'll take it. I will take it. We have so many pops, honestly, we can just finish that with whipping if we want to. Yeah. All right. Close your eyes, everybody. Don't worry about where those pops went. They went somewhere, and they're doing something. Let's see. And we can do Brussels Town Hall here. I'm assuming we can get that down to a reasonable level. It's devoting our entire economy towards trying to get a handful of fame, but I kind of feel like we have to. How much influence to turn an outpost into a new city? I don't have any outposts right now, Bruno. So maybe that's just like all it costs. That could just be what we're observing. I guess I'm okay seeing what a hamlet offers here finally. Like 20 turns after getting the research. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna buy rush that out. And then we'll probably whip that next turn. I'm gonna guess that's probably only gonna be like 1 or something like that. I mean, that could be, yeah, that could be the case, Bruno. I'm sure you know that math better than I do. No, stop demanding things from me. That's very rude. They're my things. get them yourself. You have, listen, Mongols, you have, I am sure, no army. You have been effectively eliminated from the game by purple. Why are you asking me for stuff? Like, sort your shit out. You're behind me. Like, get your shit together, guy. Mongols, don't you can do better. Don't ask me for things. Ridiculous. My society almost imploded itself getting these things. You want them yourself, you're gonna have to do the same. Yeah, you can go here. Guess we'll go here. At least whenever we do finally hit centralized power, we do have a million jillion gold for immediately flipping all this nonsense into halberdiers to attack pink. I mean, our things do look more fun. I don't think that red can take us. I think pink, maybe, but like, do you think that these guys are stronger than us? Honestly, Alexi, it is an 11 population city. I don't think so. I don't think that's particularly likely that combat is going to go well for them either. I think we'll be all right. As long as we can get some more units down over here, I think we'll probably be all right. All right, so those pikemen are hanging out. Colonization, we do not have. Well, all right, we could try to get this. Naturalized colonies, all cities but the capital, getting a bunch of stuff does sound pretty good considering that our other cities are actually better at this point than our capital. And that would just push us further into this. I mean, we're already at the 10%, so this doesn't really change any math, but it changes all of our other cities to be probably meaningfully better, so I'm okay with that. That's fine. Really still, oh, god damn it. We have so much cash. We should have immediately turned around and tried to trade with anybody, but Purple ate the people that we wanted to trade with, so we don't really have any trade partners to set up other than people we're potentially heading towards war with and other people who will not trade with us because we are, because they're mad at us sometimes. I mean, yeah, alright, we'll take ebony for now and papyrus. And I guess we'll take some iron or horses. We have ways to leverage horses at least because we do have the domestication. Loki is actually like sitting right next to my mouse right now, giving me like stank face. So we may end up needing to take another break whenever we get to the next era. So that way I can handle the cats because they are starting to get annoying. and it is like 7:12. We're gonna stream as long as humanly possible today. We are not gonna get to the next section and then stop. We're gonna stream as long as humanly possible. Hopefully we get to the point where either the AI beats us or like a miracle happens. But the cats are starting to get restless and annoying instead of just being restless, which is like their default nature that we can usually ignore. Yeah, I think that's okay. Well, we obviously need some stability, but we're gonna get it right there. We got theology, scientist star, aesthete star. Yeah, that sounds good. We're pushing through Brussels. All right, see you, Bruno. Yeah, like, let me know what's going on in terms of like when you want to stream more VIP stuff. I'm gonna be streaming VIP stuff effectively every week from now until I don't know when, like. Probably should prioritize moving over to doing Endless Legends 2 things, but I don't know. I have a bug inside of my brain. This is the game that I want to be playing right now, and it is your fault. So if Amplitude is mad at me for playing a game that is not their new game, then they should blame you. I refuse to take responsibility for this. Let's see. Yeah, next turn we get halberdiers, so we should be able to upgrade all that. And then maybe we even declare war on pink at that point. We will definitely be able to... Oh, an international crisis in the humankind. Support me. Yeah, I mean, it really is. Like, the necrophages, they're where I want to be. I want to be making necrophage eat the planet content. I think that would be a lot of fun to do as a stream. But you've cursed me, Bruno. You really have cursed me. Like, I know you didn't intend to curse me, but you have cursed me, and now I don't know what to do. You've cursed me, and I don't know what to do. Do any of you have any reasonable amount of infrastructure? No, none of you have any reasonable amount of infrastructure. So we could potentially go to war with Pink to take control of Sparta and Sipar. I mean, that's not bad. If we can at least if we can make it so that we are second place to purple, I'll be pretty happy with that outcome considering how badly I played the early game. Yeah, I would consider that, honestly, a good learning experience and a good cautionary tale of do not declare war on nations that are more militarily prepared for you than you. Oh, good. They are electing to attack us. Pink. Okay, well, I guess that is definitely a choice. They are inside our zone, and they have arquebusiers already. Man, we really are behind them. Like, we have a million stupid halberdiers, so we're not embarrassingly behind, but I guess these are draftees. Actually, these are draftees now. One more turn for iron reserves on draftees. That would be pretty good, honestly. And then we flip after that. Like, we could flip this turn. So, Charles, I don't know if you actually like know how to play this game at all. That is sort of like why we are streaming, because I don't know if I know how to play this game at all. But I'm now at 360 hours, so like I have a pretty reasonable idea of like the basic fundamentals of the game. But because the AI like is non-functional on vanilla, we are playing. Oh, you have to. I'm not giving you this thing, international, whatever. You really gonna make me declare a surprise war? I guess maybe. Maybe. You'll see all the bonuses it has, Alexi, but only in the manual combat, right? It won't show you in the instant resolve anywhere, will it? If it will, that's great, but like I don't think there's an option for that in instant. Boom. Yeah, let's just upgrade some of these guys. Oh yeah, you're right. I haven't played Ethiopians. I mean, we're really kind of just committing entirely to the bit at that point, and just like, let's see how much chaos we can cause out here to see what happens. But that might be an accurate representation of events if that's what we're attempting to do. We need gunpowder warfare. Oh, we have humanism as an option. All right. I'm gonna get distracted. I'm gonna start moving towards a giant war. Get distracted. Where's Nakar? Oh no. Where is Nakar? All right, here. Open this crisis. Assume that it will show me somewhere, right? There it is. You want me to give you this random piece of territory in the middle of all of my pieces of territory, Pink? I don't think so. I think we do have to accept that this is going to just be a surprise war. Cross your fingers, everybody. Here we go. We're diving into the abyss. Let's see. Let's go here. That is 742 to 511. Yeah, that's not enough. And we have one more turn until we hit iron reserves. Uh-oh. We're gonna be like one turn off on wars for both of these gigantic wars.
How do you do?
Stop, get out of here.
I'm so
Quit it. Not doing that. Quit bothering me. Alright, so maybe we can still do it if we manage to get iron reserves out here out of Unug, I guess. We could do that. Like click reserves out of Unug, and then, or maybe click reserves out of Tenochtitlan to reinforce if they attack. That might be what we have to do. Kind of looks like what we have to do. And then maybe we could like whip out the Brussels, because there's only gonna be like 9 pops left on that or something like that. So we whip out Brussels, and then we add a couple of extra units to the board. We have tourney fields potentially, but like, yeah, man, we really needed just like a ridiculous number of horses for the hussars, and I want them. I think they'll add a lot of fun and damage, and that's a good thing in my book. Oh. This is definitely going to be, like, whippable next turn. And that's close to maybe reinforce out to there. I don't know. Is that close enough? I don't know if that's close enough. Does Kawuka have a garrison out here? So Kawuka does have a garrison. So if this does get sieged, we could still do land unit spawn here to reinforce into that using this. I assume Iron Reserves spawns on location, but if not, we will discover that in time too. All right, let's see some stuff. We're at war with Pink, and yes, it does spawn the draftees in an appropriate location. And oh my God, there are 12 hostile tribes coming down from the north. Oh my God. Ugh. Good. Okay, so we can use this to actually, again, we don't really know 100% if being above actually adds anything in terms of combat strength or not, because it doesn't seem like this describes things the way that it could. But we're going up here, and it looks like that's a lot more in terms of just raw numbers than Pink. Yeah, it's a lot more in terms of raw numbers. There we go. And we are correctly on professional, right? What is this? Oh, it's Defiant on Chang'an, or just 2 pops. Whatever, 2 pops. Chang'an has 10,000 pops. That's not a big deal. Ooh. Oh, we're being attacked by other things on the map. Hostile Magyars. So we could potentially sortie that. Or we could potentially try to use Tenochtitlan to reinforce. If we can add a couple more units to the board over here. But let's clear these guys out first. Let's get rid of Pink's little nuisance army, and then hopefully we can do something else to keep the battle ball rolling. Because we do need to like take some of Pink's cities if we're gonna have any chance of getting back to second place. If we're gonna have any chance of getting to second place to an AI, I think we're gonna have to take some territory. So yeah, let's dive in. Let's see what this is gonna do to us. Looks like it's gonna do enough that Pink ran away. Well, brave Sir Robin, I guess that's fine. Like, we'll go here, and then presumably they're gonna retreat again. Yep. Haha! Good, eat it. And now 420 blaze it, we get to surround you. And you run away. Alright, so, yes. Oh my god. But they have 600, how do they still have 600 troops out here? Because retreating troops are not supposed to be reinforcing. That is what the game said to me earlier, but I assume that, I don't know what the heck is going on here, because like, retreating troops were not able to reinforce when they were our retreating troops. Oh, maybe they're not retreating, or maybe they're not reinforcing. Let's see if they clear. I don't understand what's happening here in terms of whether or not units are able to reinforce while retreating, because they very clearly were able to reinforce there while retreating. I guess I can't complain because we did just massacre Pink's army, but the UI here and like the rules and the interpretation of the rules seems to be not unsystematized in a way where I don't know what the game is trying to tell me what is happening. So that's why I want like good feedback systems from Instance, because it'll also kind of give me good feedback systems in terms of like what are the rules supposed to be, so that way I understand what they're doing. I guess we could still use tourney fields to get more horses, so that way building winged hussars is less ridiculous. That does seem pretty decent, and we do have the ability to take St. Basil's or Palace. I don't think we're threatened by that, so maybe we take St. Basil's or St. Basil's for extra faith scaling here. It will give us more ways to burn off growth for points, and we do not have growth to burn off 4 points, so I don't know if we need to do that this turn. I think I'll try to pick up a wonder in the next era instead. I think that'll probably get us more stuff total. There's some pretty solid late game wonders to attempt to pick up. Let's see, 8, 2, 8. Yeah, that gets us more copper, although we don't really need copper at the moment. Oh, you come to the top. Get all of our science back, Unug. Yeah, these policies are not correct. These policies are not correct, Walker, and I think you know that. Let's do that, and then we can maybe get a little more tech done on humanism, and then hopefully we can turn that into a little bit of an actual industrial economy. We're gonna end up having so little industry that when we actually hit the Industrial Revolution, it'll feel like the Industrial Revolution. Usually I'd like to have way more things on the board by now, but given that we don't have them, when we get the bonuses that increase our construction, we will be doing alright. Alright, so I guess we could sortie here. Yeah, this is sortie. Kill them. Done. Thanks for the military boost, friendo. That looks okay. I guess we'll try to pick up some more production in the city. 344 is still too low, but it's getting more in the direction. Yeah, Usopp, we got AC now, and that has kind of influenced the direction of the stream. Like, through the power of AC, I am slightly more cogent, but unfortunately the power of AC was not enough for me to avoid like being greedy as heck and starting a fight with these guys like 30 turns ago or 40 turns ago that I was not ready to prosecute. And that war, we survived and we won and we took their stuff, and it cost us everything in terms of growth. Like, I suspect that we are probably going to be able to secure second place by fighting against Pink here, because we are in a war with them. And we did a good job of pushing these guys out of the way. But this AI just like overran its it just entirely overran its continent. You can see like the only other nation out there is this guy. Next time we might play with more AI, like maybe we'll play with 8 or 9 players. I think that could be fun too, just to give us like, you know, more people to play around with. I wanted the games to be like reasonable in terms of calculation power, because my computer is like 10,000 years old. But I think we can probably afford to be ambitious in terms of including AI as a baseline, and then we'll see if we have to pull it down any more than that. I think that's probably okay. But this is not going to be a stream where I'm expecting we will win. We misplayed so many things in the early game that now I am considering this an opportunity to do our best and see what we can do to learn from those mistakes, because that is also like a really important part of like the 4X process. I think is that you can give up if you're ridiculously behind. Like, if you do not enjoy the process of fighting the good fight and seeing what you can learn along the way, then that is fine. I don't think that is wrong. Like, if I was not streaming this, I probably would have stopped a little while ago in terms of admitting that I had been greedy early and foolish. Greedy and foolish, and the consequences of those things together are pretty hard to ignore. Like, look at this army here out of these guys. If we did not have halberdiers, the army out of these guys would probably be stronger than ours. Halberdiers, though, are getting us, I think, in the right direction, and we are prepped to flip into the next era. So I'm gonna take yet another quick bio break. We're gonna take care of the cats, and then we're gonna go ahead and move into the industrial era. But before I do that, let me set up a poll, I guess. So we have Argentinians, Ethiopians, and Scots. So let me see if I can remember how to do this, because I do need to like remind myself how to create. Oh wait, god damn it, Walker. How do you do this? Engage with your audience. There it is. Start a poll. Yes, no. That's wait, add an option. All right, wait a second. So we're gonna do Scots. We're gonna do Argentinians, and we're gonna do Ethiopians. So we're gonna do these as our industrial guys, and go ahead and vote your heart out. If we have a 3-way tie, then wait, no, god damn it, I don't want a 4th option. YouTube. All right, wait, I'm gonna do the just troll answer as our 4th option. Don't choose troll answer unless you want to live dangerously. But go ahead and vote. And I guess we'll pick whatever that is whenever we get back. If you want like a frame for this, I would say that I've never played with any of them. That's why they have these little yellow stars up here. Bruno did highlight that Ethiopians are like sort of where we are anyway, because we have +10 science on garrison, and we have a bunch of random garrisons that we've put down thanks to our polls. We did not detach things and do a bunch of random garrisons with influence, which is definitely something that I need to be doing more if I'm going to be playing on VIP. But go ahead and vote and go crazy, and then whenever we get back, we will see how deep into this we can get before either the AI dies or Eileen shows up or whatever. All right, troll answer, 100% good. All right, let's see. If it's troll answer, then I'm gonna do the thing that Bruno does not want us to do. If we're doing troll answer, we're taking the polls again. We're doing it. Yeah, that's way too low. But that's fine. Whatever. I don't know how often people transcend. Generally, it's like not good to transcend. You just sacrifice a lot. But if you guys are trolling, then we're going to as well. We're gonna transcend and see if we can translate that into anything.
The world gets larger.
Theme bonuses are
cities
really
expand,
good.
Buildings reach higher and roads stretch longer.
I need to, Alexi, I need to play with Scots again. Don't worry, like, even if we lose this one, which I am sure we will, because I did not play the beginning of the game particularly cleanly, that doesn't matter. Like, the reason that I am streaming this stuff is to learn. I mean, maybe. Like, I gotta tell you that, like, my evaluation on VIP is really different because of all the different, like, I don't know how much you've played on it, but it is effectively, like, I would call Humankind 1.5. Like, the way that the economy operates fundamentally is still the same. Like, you still build stuff and do things, but, like, all of the widgets are so radically different in terms of their balance and evaluation that I don't know if Ethiopians are, like, strictly our best option there or not. Again, because I haven't actually played with the Ethiopians, but you all were complicit in this as well. Don't blame me for this. I asked you for feedback and you returned troll answer, so that is where we're going. That is where we're going. But Transcendent at least is, like, going to offer us an opportunity to attempt to win the game, which I think is going to be hopefully kind of important. Because if we can get enough fame, we might still be able to pull it off against purple. It just kind of depends on getting to the end game, and then being able to pick up, like, effectively all of the competitive sources of fame. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that because the AI is definitely better at doing stuff on VIP. Because on VIP the rules are balanced in their favor, like, not to cheat, but, like, in terms of their behaviors, it's balanced to just, like, reflect what they do already. And I think that's neat. I think that's cool. It gives the AI, like, a big leg up for doing stuff like not having any cities. And these guys have more cities than us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because they massacred their. Oh my god, no wonder we are behind purple. They are 2 cities ahead and have their entire continent. I want to see, this is something that I want to see out of Amplitude, like, so badly. Give us a way to, like, play this map out, right? Like, have an autoplay and show us the rebuild so we can, like, watch purple absorb the map. Because I want to see how they did it. Because I'm assuming that, like, probably they got into a couple of, like, rough and tumble fights early and just happened to be a lot stronger than their opponents. But maybe that's wrong. I didn't invite Bruno because Bruno is doing other important stuff. I would love to have Bruno for every single stream, to be honest, because it's always fun to have him here. But he's in France, and also has a human child, like a tiny actual human child. And between the combination of those things, that means he doesn't really have time to just, like, hang out and vibe all of the time. But yes, Alexi, have you? I did a stream actually with him already. Did you watch that one? Like, I did a stream on the VIP mod. I think it's literally called the Vanilla Improvement Project. Like, with I can link it, but, like, if you just go to my channel and you go to the live tabs, then you'll see a stream I did with Bruno. And it's just, like, him talking through, like, a lot of the changes that he's made to the game and whatnot. I think it's a fun stream to watch. If you enjoy Bruno, then you should enjoy that content. And if you don't enjoy Bruno, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, he's really funny. Let's see. Where can we put this productively? I guess we could put this productively maybe here. That's a pretty bad Eiffel Tower, but I want the production per pop. That's the thing that I mostly care about. Yeah, alright, that's fine. You get the Eiffel Tower. Congratulations. I mean, if we did that, we would whip out, like, all of the pops and all of the growth would disappear temporarily, but only temporarily. And then we can start working. We'll wait one more turn on that. Because most of the production on Eiffel Tower is going to be coming from other cities anyway. You desperately need more jobs. Desperately need better jobs. Desperately need production. Desperately need production. This city also just atrocious. Why did you found this city, Walker? You explain yourself. Explain yourself. Alright, that'll be fine. I guess we could build one more Maker's Quarter before rolling into Eiffel. That seems okay. Luoyang. So we should be able to get Eiffel done in maybe like 10 turns, something ridiculous like that. But that's kind of, well, no, actually we're going to overflow a couple of cities into this. Yeah, it'll probably be like 10 turns. That is slower than I would like, but not so slow that I don't think we're going to get value out of it. And it'll get us time to get influence back to at least be able to keep pushing wonders. Like, we're just trying to leverage the fact that we have access to Topkapi and Brussels to do fame catch up effectively. That's where we are if we're trying to win this out. We could also try to get some more horses. Okay, yeah, no, we're gonna get this even faster than 10 turns, actually. Yeah, we're gonna get this faster than 10. We're gonna get this in, like, 6. We'll probably get that in 6. Yeah, we can get that in 6. Stop attacking me. I am an envoy. My intentions are mostly peaceful.
We need to take another look at this.
A white peace? Absolutely not. We massacred your army. We're gonna take some of your cities. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, thank you. That was a really exciting battle that we just had there. Would you like to peace out? Nah, I don't think so, guy. I don't think so, guy. Yeah, we'll upgrade you. And then I guess we will attack Sparta. I wish we knew if standing on a river was a bad thing. But that is what it is. Oh no. I just realized that if we're laying siege to Sparta, it's gonna overlap on Unug, and I don't know how that's gonna interact with the fact that this is a wonder that all these people are working on. I hope this means that all the other people are still producing. I guess we'll have to find out.
For your country!
Alright. It looks like the other cities are at least still providing production to Unug for the Eiffel Tower, so that looks okay. We'll get 3 turn, 3... Oh, they're attacking out. I mean, alright, Pink, if you want to kill a bunch of draftees, like, that's literally what they are there for. Good, thank you. It saves me the cost of everyone standing around and sieging you down, I guess. And now their war support is going to be probably in trouble. Yeah, alright. That looks pretty good.
Tell me about yourself.
No, I'm not giving you cities, Mongols. This is, I'm sure that is not actually a strong, weak assessment. I'm actually pretty sure that is a consequence of these guys being the Mongols. Because I'm pretty sure that there are some, like, funny little goofball things. Oh, come on. Come on, Purple. You're gonna kill my envoy just because it's wandering around in your backyard without your permission? Diplomatic immunity. Come on, man. Like, you want some influence, right? We should be friends, right? Yeah. Alright, so we rolled over Sparta. I guess we could go for Sipar. There's Cahokia Raiders coming down from the north, and they have guns, and we have a bunch of idiots with sticks. Oh, how close are we to being able to click that again? 3 more turns. Alright, yeah, we'll just keep drafting. That's how we'll keep units on the board, is by just, like, drafting our population into a violent oblivion. I think they'll have fun. They'll probably have fun. I hope they'll have fun. We're not behind you though, right? Good. Yeah, good. This is the real worst case scenario, is if we end up behind Shenong, who is literally constrained to only one city through no fault of his own, has no options to actually participate in the game. Man, we really need troops over here to even pretend like we are doing anything responsible with our units. These guys cost 700 production. I guess we could still make one just to clear. It would push us off of our ability to, well, let's see. It's 3. We could maybe buy rush it with gold next turn instead of working on the Eiffel Tower for 2 turns. Nah, this is where Tokapa is. We can't not build stuff in Tokapa even though we have an armory there. So I guess we have to build some more dudes. Swordsmen are fine. Great Swordsman is whatever, but gives us, I think we can spend some cash to drop that out. And then probably do the same thing here. Yeah, we'll do it the same thing here. We'll just that'll delay their ability to help on Eiffel Tower, but Marupapu is going to do like 95% of the work there anyway. Founding myths? Sure, yeah, that's actually where we wanted to be anyway. So let's get some more influence. Okay, let's see. So horses do kind of threaten us in a sense, because we have to either end this war quickly or be aware that we're going to lose some stuff. But we can, if we only take Sparta and like all of this territory, I'll still feel pretty good about what we got out of this war and what we cost Pink, because we did destroy their entire army, and that's pretty good. I'm not too upset about that. Means that the second war might be easier, and we are going to have a second war. So we could go north to go towards Sipar. Yeah, that seems okay. Let's go that way. And you go in, and you go here, I guess. Let's see. I think that looks all right. That looks all right. Yeah, that looks all right. So as long as we can get like most of the remaining wonders, which is an if, but as long as we can get most of the remaining wonders and get good stuff on the science track, we actually, I don't think, are literally dead here. We're really behind purple, but typically the AI is not good at like rushing down important things in terms of fame farming. It is we're not really getting a lot of bot per resource here. So we only have maybe 5 or 6 resources that we're buying, so like Elder's Wisdom is like nominally better. But I don't know. Some of these things I kind of don't feel like we need to look for anything other than production here, I guess. Yeah, let's grab paid wages and get some production. Religious minorities, we could potentially do that to grab some more cash, but that would sacrifice that production that we just got. I think that's okay. I don't think we need that cash. I think we'll be fine. Without money, I think we'll be fine. You don't need any of that. You just need units. You don't need anything other than units. You just need units. Alright, good. We got there. We got to humanism at least. Do we have anything that we can build manufactories on? We have multiple things we can build manufactories on. Alright. So I guess we'll do a gemstone here. That looks... Oh, we don't have the ability to do that. So we need to get this guy. So we need chartered companies in order to get wondrous, like easier use of humanism. I think we can do that. No, we cannot do that easily. Should we take foreign outposts? It's necessary to do that if we want to get seafaring mastery and transoceanic trade. There is an armory, which is going to be ridiculous. Really need that for the next war, because it's kind of too late to get for this one. And there's alchemy. Alchemy is okay too, but that's still not like a ridiculous amount of science. And guilds. We don't have the infinite influence to really leverage forests at the moment. Oh, but this would give us a bunch of extra gold. A bunch of extra gold. Ooh. And we could get supply lines. Yeah, alright, I'll take supply lines in anticipation that we're going to take Sparta, because being 2 over city cap in VIP is so painful. It's like minus 70. It's like minus 70 stability on effectively everything. It is a lot of potential wasted growth. And although we do have humanism, I don't think we can ignore that stability cost considering where our economy currently is. I think we're going to be able to lay siege to Sip our next turn and probably have enough cash to heal. We might not even have to heal them, honestly. Yeah, we might not even have to heal them, honestly.
What does this war do
No,
for either
no
of us?
white piece. Get out of here.
This feels wrong.
Why is your war support back? We've occupied one of your cities. Well, I don't know why their war support is back, but we'll just keep killing their units until their war support goes away. That's going to be the plan here against Pink. Kill all their units until they get tired of us killing their units or die. We will do one or both of those things. And one more turn on drafting. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll draft next turn. Okay, so we can draft in Luoyang, I guess. That seems okay. And we'll want to not draft out of a little dingly bop out here. We'll want to draft on the capital, but it looks like that's where things are anyway. So yeah, let's grab 6 more guys. And yeah, we're gonna be way ahead in terms of combat strength, but we'll do a fancy thing. We're gonna split some stacks up. We're gonna do the thing that we said you should do like a million years ago and then just did not do it. We're gonna split some stacks up. This guy presumably is gonna run away. No? Alright. Thanks for the unit, I guess. It did technically cost a little bit of growth there out of Luoyang, but I think that was worth it in terms of just getting extra war support, and now we have more units onto the board to potentially fight those guys. Yeah, we don't really need those units on the front line anyway right now. Yeah, this is alright. Yeah, this is fine. Do we have anybody who we want to upgrade? I guess you guys, we could technically upgrade both. Yeah. We need to get more updated units out here, but considering where this war currently is, I think this is fine. No, we're not giving you a city, Mongols. Stop doing ridiculous things. Fight me. Like, if we're gonna just get infinite bad boy and everyone will declare war on us, then that's also a way to end this game violently. But I don't know. I don't think they're gonna do that. We'll find out, I guess. We will find out, I guess. I'm gonna leave you here in case there's anybody wandering around doing annoying stuff. Oh no. I don't want to spend 2,000 money on this, but yeah, whatever. Chance of terrible consequences. That seems like another alternate name for this stream. Chance of Terrible Consequences is definitely a mood. And I guess we'll pull down Sipar's walls in 2 turns. We need to get more units out there so that we're actually doing 3 trebs a turn again. Especially because of the draftees. We need to get arquebusiers also. We have so many things we need to get. I love it. Alright, let's end this. Let's see, we got 2 turns left on Eiffel, so not this turn, but maybe next turn we're gonna whip this. And I guess we'll try to just move this way to avoid this guy, to avoid Hagmatana and their enormous army of super death. These are all, oh no, Meads, and Meads. This is just a 12 stack of random dudes. Well, 12 stack of random dudes. We do not have the ability to stop you this turn. We might be able to wheel back after we're done here. And maybe we actually are going to eliminate Shenong, because they got a size 48 capital over there. That would be pretty good for our growth. If we got a size 48 city, I'd feel pretty good about what that would do for us in terms of our outcomes here. Because if we take Sparta and Kerma, then we should be able to still do merge, maybe Unug and Tenochtitlan. If we merge those 2, and then we'll still be floating at only 1 over. But we need to put some humanism text down, because these are really important. Actually, probably could just buy them out. Let's see. You go here. How much does this cost? 350 or 1 pop? Yeah, 1 pop. Do it. And you will do here. Assume 2 pops. That'll reduce our money income, but that's okay. We have enough to do that, I think. And here we have more. So also another really important thing that Bruno has done is rebalanced the manufactories. Manufactories are really like just unnecessarily overpowered in vanilla. Not only by like the way that they are exclusionary, like only 1 person can get them, but they're also just like hilariously overpowered in terms of the values that they give you because of the way they operate. So I think generally humanism still very powerful in VIP, but I think a lot more fun, honestly, because they're not as hilariously overpowered. They give more play, they give more options, they give you more things to think about, and that's where I think the game should be balanced. Be accessible to new people, because they do not have to play on Humankind difficulty auto-resolve only, but still having like rules that conform to expected behaviors and beliefs. I think that's okay. What are we offering in Osmosis? Sure, absolutely, we'll take artistic expression. I love artistic expression. That is lore accurate. I guess we'll leave a couple of draftees here in case those 12 get spicy. Don't get spicy, just listen to me, mercenaries. If you just die and go away, then we promise that we'll take care of your war widows. Okay, so now we have 5 trebs. This should be a pretty easy instant. Yep. Boom. So we lost 1. Oh, no. We only lost 3 siege weapons. Good. We do need to leave a dude in Sipar, but I guess we can... So we can actually just, like, stuff some of these rafties over there. That's fine. Sparta. Oh, we can go this way. Unless these dudes decide to come down and drive us off. That looks fine. And now we're 1 turn off and 8 pops, so we could potentially even buy rush out of a city that we don't really care that much about. 8 pops is a lot. And these guys do have a ridiculous number of good job slots. This city does not. Luoyang does not have good cities or good job slots. So your pops are worth a lot less here. So we could just buy out Eiffel, go to 7. That burns off all of this in 4. Yeah, that's fine. Do it. The Eiffel Tower. And now we have access to potentially Big Ben. This is really only useful if we can get alliances, though. And I don't know if we're going to be able to get alliances, considering the fact that we are going to just be buried in bad boy points. We're going to have so many bad boy points, it's going to be ridiculous. Oh, this counts as a commons quarter. And it's 15% on capital. This is going to be faster in terms of building, so I'm going to go ahead and take the Royal Palace. But apparently I do need to get those other, that Wonder Pack, Charles. So I'm going to email somebody about it, I guess, to see if someone can take, someone at Amplitude will email me some codes, because I apparently forgot that I do not own those. But that's okay. That's okay. Tenochtitlan, you're doing all right. Kuka, all these cities are okay in terms of their stability, honestly. And I guess it really doesn't matter. They're all effectively maxed out on stability, so yeah, we can just drop that in there. 5, 4. You could build some. We really do have now enough stability to burn it off on things. Let's see. Researcher slots. Yeah, I want another batch of researcher slots. That's okay.
We need to take another look at
No,
this.
stop asking for a white piece. If you keep asking for a white piece, I'm gonna report you to moderators. I swear to God. Where's your capital? There's your capital. So we just need to march down there, occupy their capital, then they'll move their capital because apparently they're allowed to do that. Yeah, you stay here. Just like guard that flank. Don't mess up. You'll be fine. Can this get to 3 if we go there? Ooh, it can. All right. Yeah, I'm down for that. I don't think we can get it to 2 by assigning Tenochtitlan, so we might as well just use this to build a little bit. Get a little more, just like a little more production, just a little bit. 10, that's, I mean, that does fit the bill. A little bit more production, just a teeny little bit. We need more food in the city, honestly. But we'll get plenty of food whenever we merge into Onug. Yeah, we'll get plenty of food. We'll just build a couple of maker's quarters for now. Purple is trying to communicate with us.
The greater good, then I would know you better.
Look, Hawaiians, we did not choose all of these wars. The Congress of Humankind chose all of these wars by doing silly things. By demanding that people declare war on us for no reason whatsoever. We did nothing wrong, probably. Oh no. Oh, we have to...
What is it? What do you want from me?
Why is your war support not ticking down? Do we really have to go through pink in order to get there? I guess maybe we can just sign an open borders treaty.
We would all
No.
growing closer.
You,
Don't you think?
all right? Well, listen. If we're in for a penny in terms of just like fighting everyone on this map, we might literally be in for a pound. We might just have to declare on you. We could do a surprise war, and then occupy Kerma and see if they have a military anywhere near there to stop us. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing. That is what we're doing. Let's go over here and line up to maybe attack next turn, because they're not going to let us through peacefully. So we're gonna have to find another way through. And at the very least, if Shenong's army is not near here, then after like 1 or 2 turns of sieging, we should have more than enough siege weapons to just win that fight naturally. And we're 2 turns off of that draft. Okay. I mean, these guys did not move in to kill us. That's also good. Yeah, let's wait 1 turn over there, and then maybe we can move in on Kerma. Because we have to, apparently we're going to have to occupy more of Pink's stuff in order to actually win this war. Ooh, unless Pink is willing to go up here and move back to attempt to liberate Sparta. Maybe they will. Guess we'll find out. Panicking on Kubuka for 5 turns. Well, I mean, that's not great, but, like, you're... Just because you're the capital of an empire doesn't mean that terrifying things are not going to happen to you on occasion. You can starve to death for a couple turns. That you'll be fine. Just have faith in yourself. Let's see. Supply lines, good. So now when we absorb that, it won't be the end of the world. We could heal for 6 gold. Yeah, that's okay. Heal, and everyone there is fully healed. All right, so now we must assess: is this just an inordinately dumb idea to attempt to start a war with yet another person who we'll have to declare war against? Our traitor badge is going to be 40. We have every level of traitor badge. Oh, that's why, because we have all this stupid stuff, so they're not really losing war support right now. But you know what? I bet you they'll lose. Oh, excellent. We don't even get the traitor badge here because we have we have an advantage on war support. All right, whatever. Let's do this, Venetians.
It's time to act, not think. Accept. This is clear.
Did you
are poison.
give me what I wanted? No, you did not give me what I wanted. All right, Venetians. It's been cool. I hope your army is not capable of doing anything about this, because that would be really annoying. But I think we're probably going to be able to siege you down. Maintain. And we'll reinforce with you next turn. I guess we'll reinforce with 2 draftees. Yeah, we'll reinforce with 2 draftees next turn, or maybe even 2 halberdiers, depending on where our gold is. I think that'll be okay. Yep, you stay there. Luoyang, can you do anything useful? I guess we could potentially add more growth. Another thing that Bruno has done in regards to rebalancing is that now farmers actually can like do stuff, and so they're pretty good to get just generically because they provide extra growth on their own. But then because of course like he's also changed the way that whipping works, where whipping is better, and because whipping is referring to all of these like population bonuses rather than just the production. Food is much better on VIP than it is on vanilla. Okay, so let's see. 1, 2. We could grab another farmer's quarter, but we could also get another farmer job by just building a hamlet. And that might honestly be better for the city, considering. Yeah, I think that's honestly where we want to be. I think we want to get some hamlet jobs. And we can get Big Ben, like, in a turn or 2. Ooh. Okay, so we can get Press Freedom, which is another really neat little way for us to use more influence by doing more flipping. And war support after winning a battle. I mean, I don't think our war support is bad in this, right? No, our war support's fine. Is your war support finally going down? Alright, good. Your war support's finally going down, probably. Yeah, let's get Furnace Steel so that way we can like have some amount of military scaling. But it looks like these guys are mostly gonna just let us probably bulldoze them next turn, or maybe the turn after, unless Karma can find anybody else. I think they're going to be in a bit of trouble. Tenochtitlan, should you build draftees? No, not yet. Maybe next turn. Maybe next turn somebody can build some draftees. You absolutely. Okay, we were declared on by purple. This is it. Everyone, we are doing the we're riding the circuit. We're making the 8. We're gonna fight literally everybody at some point here on Humankind on VIP. We did not choose violence. The AI elected to fight us. They did this. They chose this. I guess we can still assault in here with just that. Is that enough? We get 3 more if we wait 1 more turn, at which point that fight definitely becomes free. There isn't really anywhere else for the army to go other than down here, but eliminating those units would be actually very helpful. So I don't know. I guess this army really just doesn't look like it's going to be too difficult next turn. Nah, I'm not a chicken. We're just gonna instant this off. You have 10,000 units, Walker. Yep, there it is. Sweet. So we got Kerma to fall. So now Shenong's war support should bleed away in just a couple of turns, and then we should be able to annex that, and then we'll be back over to 1 over cap. And I think that's like kind of where I like to be generically most of the time on VIP. It's pretty different from vanilla, where you really typically want to be at least 2 over cap. But I think it makes the cap more meaningful. All right, they are coming in with an army. They have knights and musketeers. All right, so we are going to need to do iron reserves. We're going to want to add some more units over here too. I guess we'll go here and see how much it costs to build. All right, so we need another horse to build a hussar reasonably. Oh, we're at war with everybody, so I guess no one will trade us a horse, will they? Because let's see, war. Okay, well, if we cannot trade for horses, then I suppose we must pay the 4% extra cost. It is what it is. And halberdiers are just going to be like a lot more useful. But I don't know, we have so many that we can just like make here though. As long as we have the cash for it. Yeah, that seems okay. And then I guess we'll put another Barbican here in case this does anything for auto-resolves. Don't know if it does. I have no idea if it does or not, but on the off chance that it would do something for, no, maybe we should just get a ranged piece. Let's get a ranged piece. It gives the autos something to do. All right, Ulug, Unug. Do we still have the resources to get another thing onto the board? We do. We grab another one. I guess we'll want Big Ben. Yeah, I guess we'll take Big Ben. I don't know. Is that going to be more than statue? Because we're going to get 1 million territories once we've pushed through. I guess we'll take statue. We're going to get a lot of territories once we've finally capitulated these guys. I don't know how long that's going to take, but once we get there, then this will be good. So we must build to what's here on the board. And Purple's army is in 2 locations, so we need to reposition some troops over to this side. That's okay. We can do that. Spawn out here. So let's get I guess more ranged pieces, honestly. We get more ranged pieces. Tenochtitlan is finishing a hamlet in a couple of turns. He probably did not actually have time to build a statue, considering that we are currently under attack, so let's maybe build a couple of units first. Before we cannot, let's build a couple of units to stop this army, and then figure out how we're supposed to push back against purple with their entire continent now at war at us. Let's see. 1-7. Hey, Raptor, what's going on? So this is a really interesting situation that we've maneuvered ourselves into. We are at war with literally the entire world. I don't feel like we did anything to do this other than maybe we provoked things a little bit by being spicy, but they're still being mean that they have all declared war on us. They're bullying us with this stupid Congress thing that I refuse to open or interact with or learn how it functions. So we're gonna have to figure that out during the next stream. But this is an interesting one because we've been voted into Trollface, so we have done an ascension or a transcension. So like we're now at 3rd. We're definitely not going to beat purple, but we might be able to like resist purple, at which point if we can fight them and make them like bleed off a lot of resources in a war that gives them nothing, then maybe we can still win. Because we did manage to snag Big Ben, and despite the fact that the AI is like a lot better at getting wonders in VIP, we still have managed to get most of the more recent ones, including Topkappa. So like, I would say we're maybe 5% to win from here, but we are definitely in the blender. Like, we've occupied this capital, we've occupied a bunch of these guys, and are now trying to push into Pink's core territory. But because the purple army is like on our borders, now we're kind of like scrambling, trying to put units onto the board to fight back against them. But I think that's fun. We're scrambling in a way that I think is interesting and does stuff. Oh, and speaking of interesting and does stuff, we do still have some extra units around because we did put a couple guys over here. We were not grotesquely irresponsible with our military, just our diplomacy. That was the main thing that we were grotesquely irresponsible with in this game. Alright, let's see where they go. Alright, Shenong has bowed to us, let's see if they'll just give us everything. Let's ask for surrender. We're gonna take basically everything. Actually, can we take literally everything? Do they have anything left if we take all of this? Rookbak, Brachium. I don't think they have anything left if we take all of this. I think this will eliminate them and get us 750 gold for our trouble. No, like 4,300 gold for our trouble. Alright, yeah, ask for surrender, brother. Give me your empire. Do it! Alright, so we could, for 3,000 gold, get like 150 research or whatever this is. Oh, no, it's 1,500? Oh my god. We can't even one turn foreign outposts. An instantaneous 0 boost. I don't think we were going to spend 3,000 gold on 1,500 science, though. That's only one turn of science for like a million turns worth of money. And we need the money, because we're going to need it for fighting these guys. Wait, where did the draftees go? Did the draftees get sucked into this combat already? They did get sucked into this combat already. Alright, I guess you retreat for now, and then we can upgrade those guys. Yeah, I think that's what we have to do. All right, where are the rest of those draftees out here? Wait, where did that stack go? Where did that stack go? Why are you occupying this all of a sudden? Alright, this is supposed to be a no reload stream, but I don't understand where that stack went. Or what the hell happened. This is the one downside to simultaneous turns. I apologize. We are going to reload this. I don't know what the heck is going on out here. If they are just occupying the city, then we're just going to have to instant off all of those guys. But I don't understand how we were unable to do that. We're in the depths of just like learning strange things about humankind, like when you're allowed to reinforce with retreating stacks or not seems to be not fixed, because the AI is like reinforcing with stuff too in weird ways. All right, whatever. You, I guess, managed to get some of our draftees, all of our draftees. Congratulations, Purple, with your fast clicking. Dick. You dick. I can't believe that they are doing this, but they are doing this. They managed to get every single draftee out there. I want to know how that system works, so that way I can understand it and help people teach things. But like, some of the things I need better feedback from the game on. I don't understand what is happening sometimes, and it is I am sure another one of those things that is contributing to humankind having worse numbers than I think it really fundamentally deserves. Strange things. I guess they're coming for Kawuka, so we really should have walls there. Can we buy those out? We can still buy them out. Alright, yeah, let's buy out the stone walls. That should make that fight more reasonable. But we are not able to draft. Okay. And we can't detach this because there's an enemy unit here. Let's see. Okay, well we might not. No, we're not. No, get out of here. We are occupying some of your territory, Pink. Get out of there.
If I cannot teach you
War
wisdom,
resolution. Ask for surrender. We want all of your stuff. So at least we've eliminated another player.
To put it simply,
This one we were saying no to. So we're trying to save. Oh, right, because we were trying to save the money to upgrade all those things, but like the AI attacked before we were able to spend money to upgrade them. Well, AI, I guess that's a choice. That's, oh, we could use Kabuka to just absorb Luoyang, though. This city does suck. And we are going to have 2 more cities pretty quickly. Let's see. Yeah, actually, let's just absorb this one. I'm okay with that. Oh, no, cannot be done because of these guys. Okay, so we are gonna need to get our army back over there to push them off. I guess we could get a couple little bits of war support against Pink by making them run away. And gonna do the same thing against Purple, I suppose. Yeah, seems like that's where those guys are. All right, so you are upgraded. That's an envoy. A couple of envoys? No, it's an envoy and a prowler over there. All right. Yeah, we need to upgrade effectively all of those draftees, and I guess we just have to like float the cash until the next draft. We're gonna get any points in terms of anything here other than just military stars. We're gonna get all of the military stars in the entire universe, but I don't know if we're gonna get any other stars. We'll find out. We will find out. I guess we can still go here. There's 6 tracks. This is a scary little stack down here that I do not want to be engaged with without most of those units here. I guess we can use this swordsman to just guard. I think that's fine. And thanks to capturing Kerma, we do have super duper ultra city here, and I guess we can do this. Yeah, we can do this. That's fine. And with super city, how quickly can we get statue done? We are riding the line, because you really should not be trying to build wonders while participating in a war against an enemy that is supremely stronger than you, but that's where we are. Guess we will heal that hussar. I guess we have to heal this halberdier to have any units over here of meaningful combat strength on the board. I guess we could technically buy out another hussar next turn, or this turn. You could just buy rush a second. Yeah, you know what? Just buy rush a second, and then we'll have 2 winged hussars, some guys, some more guys. These guys have how many arquebusiers? Musketeers? 6 musketeers. All right, we are way behind in tech versus those guys, but hopefully that is a positive sign, because it means that most of the points, maybe the purple's already accumulated, so that they are going to have a cap on their fame. Maybe, hopefully, knock on wood. Onug, I guess if you're merging with Tenochtitlan, build some different forms of infrastructure. So that way everyone is working together. Yeah. All right, so let's crack that. We'll do absorb there and absorb there for like the near immediate future use of influence. We're getting 290 science if we can get this thing done. Let's just attempt to get this done without dying. That would be really good for our economy, honestly. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna try to do. We're gonna try to get a wonder done under the gun, because like 290 science is not a ridiculous amount of science, to be entirely honest, but we are so behind on science that it's definitely gonna make a big difference to these guys. And because we're gonna be merging, we can build some like specious infrastructure here that's going to become a lot better whenever the cities get together. You and here, let's see what else you got. So you don't have manuscript Italian either. Okay. Good. So yeah, we can use this city, Luoyang, to build a bunch of infrastructure that we then merge into Kuuka. And then probably drop one of these tiles to switch over to Marapapu. I don't know if we're gonna do that part. Are you dead? Venetians, are you dead? Please die. Give me that peace. Give me that peace in my mind, in my soul. Disappear from the map. Yes. Good. No, don't. You jerk. Rebels have burned off all of our turn out there. And we do not have the cash for this, but we do get 4,000 science. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, let's get Gunpowder Warfare finally. And I guess we'll pick up outposts. Oh, holy crap. All right, so we got through that part. Now we have to do... I guess we're probably okay, honestly, on stability in most of these cities. Let's see what our average stability is. 97. Yeah, we do not need stability. Let's get production reduction and movement speed, because we are oops all warfare now. Oh yeah, we are oops all warfare now. And now I guess we're being attacked again. Do you have anybody else who can reinforce out there? Or is Kawuka falling to the purple? Do we have to retreat? Yeah, see, like, I wish this told me what is going on if we click retreat. I assume what was happening was that they are actually occupying the city, and that this is the main force, and that by clicking this, we're surrendering the city to purple. But to be honest, purple's armory looks like it deserves to beat the crap out of us. To be entirely honest, I think purple is going to kill us finally. It's just going to take 30 turns for them to come over here and kill us. So yeah, I guess we'll retreat. They will occupy the city. We will be forced to figure out a way to come back. Or potentially lose here. I think we might be in trouble against purple. I think that seems very likely. Let's see. Pink, you still have infinity war support, because our army cannot move this turn. Oh no. Oh no. If we had rail, it would help redeploying our troops back, but I think this might be the end, everybody. We might be about to get just like fully occupied by purple, or at least occupied enough that I think we can conclusively say that the AI beat us this time, or at least we defeated ourselves. Arquebusiers we could start working on, but now I think is probably a little too late to that party. Let's see. Can we pull any more units together? This would be a ridiculous amount of veterancy, so we would be able to at least recruit some good high quality units, maybe, if we have enough cash. This is how many turns left on the draft? 3 more turns left on the draft. I guess we'll find out. I guess we will find out. It does feel like purple is about to beat the crap out of us. And I think they deserved to do so. Let's see. Yeah, that goes there. We can still make another manufactory for gemstones because ours is currently occupied. That seems like such a weird thing where like you can build stuff because it's occupied, that I don't know if that's a bug or not, but I think that those sorts of things should probably not be in the game just generically. It seems like a good idea. Like, otherwise it ends up in like weird occupation shenanigans where like you're trying to get your opponent to occupy some of your cities. You can build like something for fame over and over again. Yeah. Let's see, do we have anything that we can do to stop you at this point? Not really. We can't really run swordsmen into a crap ton of Ruskantate. Let's see. Let's try, I guess, to get some units back on the board. We could switch to conscripts again to get that out. Nah, we'll do the conscript flip maybe next turn, because we're not working on conscripts in or not working on units in Marupapu. I guess we'll put a couple more halbs down. Hussars are okay. I don't know if anyone is going to be able to resist this gigantic army, because they have 14 units on the board and they are significantly higher technology than us. So we can take this from the perspective of this continent unified successfully and was able to master its resources to presumably subjugate this continent. Oh, well, they're willing to make more questionable attacks against us, which I guess I can't be too mad about, because it does help us. Retreat. But now they still have 14 units over there. Alright, Pink. Are you really gonna give me no reason to not keep marching in? Alright, yeah, we'll get more tech. That's good. There's an envoy that we could mess around with. This one is retreating, right? It's not. No. Is it retreating? I don't know if that one's retreating or not. Let's see. Let's see. Can we get over here? Yeah, we can get over there. And maybe this will be enough to isolate Pink's main army, and then if we can eliminate them, then maybe we can piece Pink out, and then hopefully we've got enough time, like, fighting and dying on the front lines against everybody on purple side, that we can maybe bring some units back east. I mean, these guys are going to lose all their movement points anyway, so we can move here, and we can move here. Yeah, we can move there. And I guess this is effectively everybody. This is effectively everybody, Pink. And this remains effectively everybody. Alright. Do it. Get out of here, Pink. Sweet. Alright, so we destroyed Pink's army. I don't know. Maybe we can buy enough time. Maybe this army is much stronger than ours. But if we buy enough time, maybe we can make an effort of it tomorrow, or maybe we'll like post a vote. Should we attempt to finish this, or should we attempt to find like time to start a Bantu stream? Because I feel like we're probably no way to win against purple, but if we beat purple's army, then it would do a lot to help slow down their fame accumulation. Our war support is going to be the problem, though, right? Yeah, because we've lost control of our capital, although it doesn't seem to say that here. Well, I guess we should make some more units. Like, we are in the thick of things, so let's do that. If we have to buy rush that next turn, don't think we have the cash for it. I don't think we really even have stability problems enough that I'm willing to prioritize that. So I'm going to go ahead and take Seafaring Mastery, despite the fact we don't actually have anyone to trade with right now. So that way we can set up for naval artillery. I'm pretty sure that naval artillery does something in terms of auto-resolves, because it definitely allows you to stack larger stacks together. Most of that seems to interact with the auto-resolves on some level. And we can we'll just make a bunch of hussars in different places. We'll just sabaton them. We'll just send 10,000 winged hussars in, and hopefully that is enough to defeat defeat purple. It better be enough to defeat purple, otherwise we might be in trouble. But 10,000 winged hussars is a lot of potential military strength. Go, run. So I hate this. I hate it when they're being rude, when they won't let me move my dude and they want to just kill it instead. No! Purple, you dick! Alright. So they're driving in the center here. They're driving at Unug. We've got one turn before that draft comes on. Yeah, alright. We definitely should have repositioned some of these guys back as soon as purple declared war on us. We probably should have immediately started moving some guys to the west coast. Where's your army coming from? Alright, well, let's retreat. Were we sieging that? I don't think we were sieging that. We did get naval artillery. Okay. Could get more spoils of war cash. That could be really good. And there at least is a little rebellion that we've put down. And we are going to be like ridiculously over on militarist stars. There's kind of no way around that. But we're also gonna like desperately need 1,000,000 science if we're gonna have any chance at all. We're gonna need infinity science in the late game, so that we can get all of those competitive sources. Or even if we beat purple, they're so ahead on points that it'll be difficult for us to pull back. I don't think we can justify building swordsmen anymore. They're just like way too low tech. This is still only 4 points for winged hussars, or 4% higher for hussars. Okay, so you go here. Oh my god, how much is this gonna cost? Oh, so it's 180 to heal. So I guess we can wait for like one more turn out there. Seems reasonable. There's 7 stupid guys. Can we stop that army from taking Unug? Because if they take Unug, that's like really bad, because the city has our like a big chunk of our production just kind of right there on the Eiffel Tower. That would be supremely not bueno. I guess we could potentially just drop another halberdier. We have a lot of combat strength at least, and if we have enough of those and walls, that might be enough. Ooh. I wish we had enough for this, but this would nuke our money economy for sure, so we have to go with ignore. Yeah, that would nuke our money economy for sure. Yeah. So we'll get the hussar there, and then we can do another halberdier. Would that make sense? Or would another great swordsman make sense? Neither is finished in one turn. Those are 3. 7, 7. I guess we'll do Artisan Workshop. Yeah, I guess we'll do Artisan Workshop. Yeah, we can buy rush that at least. Are these rebels from the Hawaiians? Alright, so their occupation of Kawuka is at least a complicated one. Can we get any more reinforcements into that battle? Not this turn. Oh no. Pink is chasing our army out. Pink.
We need to take another look at this.
Fine. I mean, I guess we could accept the white piece here. Like, we're not really getting anything out of this otherwise. Fine, fine, fine. We will fight you again at some point in the future, Pink. At least we have like a drive through here, and we did do a lot of damage to their military at the start of combat, but like very obviously our military is hilariously outdated now. Oh no. Alright, let's go. Let's go over here. Let's see. We don't have anybody else who can reinforce over there, do we? Not meaningfully. We're at 130? Why are you not summoning up draftees to support this? Seems like there should be dudes here as reinforcements, right? Like, there's a city here. You should have troops from inside the city reinforcing you. Why are they not reinforcing you? Oh, because it was just attacking a dude on the map. It wasn't actually attacking into the city. Alright, good. Yeah. I think also just generically it's good to want to pursue like elegance and simplicity, but you also need a UI that like communicates important information to the player, and if you focus too much on elegance and simplicity, then it becomes like difficult to understand what the text is trying to tell you. And it does sometimes feel like humankind systems are a little are non-communicative in their simplification, because some of the things that are happening without like something detailing what is happening are difficult to parse. Yeah, you can't actually win that fight. You can't relieve Kawuka. There's 7 troops right here. 324, 390. Yeah, those guys are toast. Those guys are toast. I think we have to wait until next turn, at which point I think Unug is probably going to fall. None of you can actually do anything out here, right? We have no available spawn point. Wait. Oh, we have no available spawn point because there's stupid spies on top of it. Well, we can fix that at least with a garrison, so that's pretty good. You can fix that at least with a garrison, so that's pretty good. But I guess we'll put a Barbican there as well to hope that that does something in auto-resolves. And see what happens as a result of that. Herma, 5 growth is not going to be doing anything at this point in the game. We could potentially use Kerma to just dump a bunch of units onto the board. If it's going to be a bunch of units, it's going to end up being forced to be a bunch of halberdiers if we have to do it from here, though. Oh, but we do have armory here, so that's not the end of the world. Two, 5, 7, 4, 2, 5. Yeah, all these are way too low because all of our growth basically got destroyed in. All of our growth got destroyed in wars that we should have been more careful about how we started them, and now we are suffering the long-term consequences of our hubris. Curse you, hubris! I guess one more turn on Barbican, and maybe this will do something in this fight? Maybe? Let's see. Alright, so purple is... Hawaiians, you are on our side. You are rebels fighting against the Hawaiians. Why are you attacking us? Go attack Kawuka. Go liberate your people. Alright, so they did hunt down that guy, but I think that means that this is clean to go through here. This is 270, that's 376. We need to go back down south now because everything got screwed up in terms of our logistics. Because we couldn't finish this war with pink. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're dead. I think that we needed to either like peace out with pink earlier whenever purple declared on us, or like really push it, because now our money economy is going to collapse because we have lost control of our capital. I guess let's see if we can liberate the capital as sort of a last hurrah, and then I think we can conclusively say that we have successfully died to the AI at least once. Yeah, we're gonna miss out on that, and I think we're gonna do that a little better. Can we get a final battle where we do some stuff against purple over here? I wanna eliminate some of your units, purple, before we have to die. I want you to know the suffering that you've inflicted upon our people. Alright, well, at least we did get that. Okay, yeah, but we're still about to go bankrupt. I do not believe that this is going to be a successful game. Unfortunately, that is the way it is. Let's see. We could go here. We could go here to get a little more saltpeter. But this is going to turn around and occupy here, right? Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. So we have to move some guys over to just get cash for like even one turn. Because if we kill that little stack of purple dudes that was running away, then we will at least get a bunch of war spoils from it. Yeah, we will at least get a bunch of war spoils from it. Let's find out. No, the Barbican is not going to get us anywhere. Like 4,000 fame behind. Man, if we hadn't lost the Statue of Liberty production, then like maybe we would have been able to keep things rolling. But I think by now it's going to be pretty impossible to pull this back. So let's do one big fun fight against purple, and I think we're gonna pause there, and then we're gonna do probably Bantu tests on vanilla tomorrow is the plan, so that way we can get an idea for what's going on there. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I think that's what we're gonna do. All right, did you hear the plan? You have to hold still, Sun Tzu. Don't move anywhere. You have to let us do what the AI does, where it just like randomly attacks your stacks while you're moving around. Okay. So we can go here, go here, go here. Let's get. Oh wait, maybe we can even grab with no. The halberdier cannot reach there. Looks like some amount of this army will be able to isolate them. Yeah, it looks like some amount of that army will be isolated. We will have at least a fool's revenge on purple. Seriously? How? All right, wait a second. We will have a fool's revenge, but we will die horribly in it. Can we save that by bringing in these 6 reinforces? So I think we can probably save it by bringing in 6, right? Yeah, I think we can save it by bringing in 6. Oh, wait, why are you... Move in... Oh no, we can't move in because it has to go through Pink's territory and they won't let us go. I guess we could retreat them, but that doesn't seem right. Because then they won't be there for the fight next turn. This UI, this tells me that I can go here. Amplitude, it says I can move here. And you know that I can't because of this rule here. That's reasonable, but the UI could tell me that I can't go there. It could do that. I think you have that power. All right, retreat. Let's see if we can get them next turn. Let's see, I guess. Let's see, go here. Yeah, let's see if we can do anything to stop them at this point. What? Okay, so they are in the force. Okay, good. We still managed to get those guys. The rebels clear. The rebels who were supposed to be helping us cleared off the board. Oh my god, but no, there's like 7, 12, 21 troops over here and 20, and they have, oh my god, and they have frigging steam frigates. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do this. So let's see if we can just get that fight next turn, and then I think we're gonna pause the stream there, and then I think we're forced into starting a new game because also Chan is over here with 8 troops. Yeah, if we play this out for the next 15 turns, we're just gonna get bulldozed by purple until we die. So yeah, good job, they did it. VIP makes this game so much better. It is really insane. You can play better, and we shall play better, but if you're looking for a better experience, either as a new player, just play on a lower difficulty level. If you're not, then, like, don't. And I think you will probably enjoy Humankind quite a lot more. It is confusing sometimes, because the UI really is kind of nonsense. There's a lot of missing information from the player, but in terms of what happens in a game of Humankind, I think VIP really nails it. Yeah, ignore. All right, Purple. If you can kill these guys down here without us being able to stop you, then I suppose you've earned it. Let's see. You get into there, and you go here, and then you go here. And if they manage to win that fight with all of their musketeers, they just obliterate our army. All right, there it is. Do not fight musketeers with swords. That is not a winning combination, it turns out. That is true both in real life and here in Humankind. All right, for now, that is Walker, and we will see how Bantu tests on vanilla work tomorrow. All right, take care.